Okay, thank you so much to the Sierra Leone National Dance Troupe. If you're here, and yes, we're asking for the blue bands to be in the white and blue seated rows, but please also move forward. We want to have everybody as close to the front as possible. So if there are empty seats now, please move forward from the green to fill in the empty seats. Please do move forward. Sorry to move you again, but if there are any empty seats in the rows in the front, in the blue, please, if you're in the green, move forward so we fill in as much as possible in the front. Thank you so much. As always in Sierra Leone, before we start any event, gathering, meeting, we like to at least dedicate a moment to prayers. And so to start off with Muslim prayers, we ask that Mr. Mohammed Wusha Conte come forward to do the Muslim prayers. Christian prayers will be will follow the Muslim prayers. So Mr. Anton Caesar, if you're here, could be as close to the front as possible.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise and thanks be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the beneficent, the merciful. Ya Allah, we give you all the praise and thanks for this opportunity to host such a program, West Africa Internet Governance Program. And we give you all the praise and thanks for our guests from various countries. We pray that they are come in peace and pray that they will go back in peace. We pray that you will be in charge of this program. As he said in the Holy Quran, La in shakartum, la zidanakum, wa la in kafartum, in azabi la shadid. If you are grateful for what God has done for you, He will give you more. So we are grateful for everything, and we pray that Allah will give us more. And we pray that this program will become successful at the end of the day. Allahumma rabbana hatina fi dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azaban nar. La ilaha illa anta in kuntum minaz zalimin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun wa salatu alal mursalin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Let's share the Al-Fatiha. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you. Now for Christian prayers, Mr. Anton Caesar.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for today. We bless your name. We honor you. We thank you because today is the day you have made. We rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for this gathering, for unto you shall the gathering of the people be. We are gathered here to commemorate the West African Internet Governance Forum. Father, you instituted governance. And Father, we pray that you give us wisdom to govern the internet in this sub-region. We thank you for our delegates that are here. We pray that they will be blessed. Father, whatever we do here will be done to your glory and to your honor. We thank you. We commit this time into your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar, for that, for the prayers. And so as we start the opening session of the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, we hope that those prayers carry us through for the next 2 days and we have a successful deliberations and you have a successful time here in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Welcome to you who are coming to Sierra Leone for the first time. This is our capital city on the beautiful West Coast, and we hope that you have a great time here. Again, I'll tell you that my name is Nikki Spencer Coker. I have nothing to do with the internet or digital anything at the moment, but I speak, so I'm here. All right, so today we are set to have some opening statements, goodwill messages, and also your plenary sessions, which will take place this afternoon. We hope to go through in an orderly fashion, so to remember that as we take to the next step to go into the goodwill messages, we'll have, they'll last about two minutes, no more than 3 minutes, and then we'll have our keynote address by the Minister of Communication, Honorable Salima Monomaba. So this morning, good morning, Excellencies, to the Honorable Minister herself, to Excellencies here, ambassadors, members of the government from Sierra Leone and from other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this time. Moving swiftly, I'd like to go straight to the first of our goodwill messages this morning, and that will be from the head of the United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum. But before we do that, we'll call on a very important person to do our program overview. And this is from the WAIGF Secretariat. The coordinator will give you an overview, a more in-depth overview of the program for the next 2 days. Mr. Emmanuel Ilolo Agbenonwasi, who's coming up right here to give our program overview.
Thank you very much, Nikki. So, distinguished delegate, excellencies, partners and colleagues, distingués délégués, excellents partenaires, permettez-moi de commencer sans l'interprétation. Toutes nos excuses, ça va se résoudre très bientôt. Distintos delegados, excelências, sem interpretação, por mancanto. Obrigado. So allow me to briefly present the program on this opening ceremony. So the ceremony will commence with the performance that we just have. And for the remarks that we'll have, the first one will come from Shangetai Masango, who is the head of the United Nations Secretariat for Internet Governance Forum. We'll also have a goodwill message from Ms. Amrisha Shudri from the IGF SA. We'll also have a speech of Ms. Folake Olagunju, from Director of the Digital Economy and Post at the ECOWAS Commission, and Mr. Pierre Danginu, Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement for Africa at ICANN. We also hear remarks on behalf of Smart Africa from Ms. Thelma Koye. She's the Director of Infrastructure, Skills and Empowerment at the Smart Africa Secretariat, followed by intervention from Amara Briwa, Director General of the National Commission Authority of Sierra Leone, followed by Caleb Ogundele, Member of the Board of Trustees of Internet Society. We also have a goodwill message from Meta, represented here by Victoria Oloni. We also have a goodwill message from Shadi Jerjawi, Chief Executive Officer of the AfriCell, representing the mobile network operators of Sierra Leone. We also have, after this goodwill message, we will have a welcoming remark from Ms. Mary Uduma. She's the coordinator of the West African Internet Governance Forum, and also an entertainment from Wisdom, Brian. And the keynote address will be given by Honorable Haja Salima Ba, Minister of Communication, Technology, and Innovation of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Following this opening ceremony, the forum program will continue with the high-level plenary on digital sovereignty and economic value for West Africa, integrated digital markets. We'll also have in the afternoon another high-level panel on platform accountability, economic justice, human capacity development, legislative and parliamentary engagement will also continue in the parliamentary track. We'll also have consultation workshops dedicated to artificial intelligence, governance, platform governance, e-governance initiative across West Africa at the end of the day. I don't know if we got the interpretation. Nos amis francophones, est-ce que l'interprétation a fonctionné? OK. Ça n'a pas fonctionné. Donc, en résumé, je disais tout à l'heure, C'est sur quelle chaîne? Comme ça, on l'annonce à nos amis francophones pour éviter d'avoir sur le channel 1. Donc, si vous êtes francophone avec votre casque, la chaîne numéro 1 pour l'interprétation. Et puis, pour nos amis portugais, ils seront sur la chaîne 2, je devine. On confirme ça, c'est la chaîne 2? The channel number for Portuguese. Do we have it? Okay. I think they will confirm that to us later. Donc, pour les francophones, c'était juste le programme de la journée. On va avoir un certain nombre de discours qui vont passer tout à l'heure. Et ces discours-là, les noms que je venais de citer, ils vont nous donner leur message de bienvenue. Ensuite, on aura un keynote de Madame la ministre de la communication de la Sierra Leone. Et puis, nous allons continuer par 2 sessions de haut niveau. Donc, la première sera sur le thème de l'année et le second panel va concerner le marché unique sous-régional. Ça va être dans l'après-midi. Nous aurons aussi des ateliers qui seront dans les salles 1 en bas et la salle 2 en haut. La session parlementaire va continuer juste après les panels de haut niveau et le déjeuner. Merci.
Thank you, Emmanuel. And as you were saying, we hope that the interpretation will come online as soon as possible if it's not fully on yet. I don't know if maybe somebody should give me a signal and let's get started when they're fully set up, or we'll proceed. You're fine? Okay. Yes? Good? Okay. Are we getting the interpretation? Yes? Yes? The channel numbers? They work? French, yes. Okay. That's good. Okay, so we move now to our goodwill messages this morning. And as mentioned earlier, our first message this morning is from the head of the United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum, Mr. Shangatai Masango, please.
Right. Thank you very much. Excellency, Ms. Salima Ba, Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation of Sierra Leone, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you for the 2026 West African Internet Governance Forum. While I very much wish I could be there with you in person in Freetown, I am grateful for the opportunity to join you online. Allow me first to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this year's forum, the host government of Sierra Leone, particularly the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation, the multi-stakeholder organizing committee, regional partners, and the broader West African internet governance community. The continued growth of this forum reflects the region's strong commitment to cooperation, dialogue, and shared digital development priorities. This year's structure and agenda speak for themselves in demonstrating how the West African IGF has evolved into a robust and well-established process. The inclusion of the West African School on Internet Governance, the Youth West Africa IGF, and the meeting of the West African Parliamentary Network reflects the strength, maturity, and growing inclusiveness of the region's internet governance ecosystem. Together, these initiatives demonstrate a sustained commitment to engaging diverse communities, institutions, youth, and policymakers in shaping West Africa's digital future. The continued evolution of the West African IGF is taking place at a particularly significant moment for the broader global IGF ecosystem. Following the United Nations General Assembly's decision to establish the IGF as a permanent forum within the UN system, the IGF community is reflecting not only on its achievements over the past 2 decades, but also on how it can continue adapting to a rapidly changing digital environment. In this context, regional initiatives such as the West Africa IGF, have an especially valuable role to play. They help ensure that global digital policy discussions remain connected to local and regional realities, while also creating space for cooperation across countries and stakeholder groups facing many shared opportunities and challenges. The themes your community has identified for this year's discussions speak directly to many of the priorities currently shaping digital policy debates worldwide. Questions surrounding data governance, digital sovereignty, and regional digital markets are increasingly linked to broader development goals, economic resilience, and social inclusion. At the same time, conversations on platform accountability, economic justice, and human capacity development remind us that digital governance discussions must remain closely connected to people's everyday realities and needs. We are also witnessing an unprecedented acceleration in the development of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. While these technologies hold significant potential, they also raise increasingly complex governance issues that no stakeholder or country can address alone. The growing complexity of the digital ecosystem is precisely what makes regional cooperation, knowledge sharing, and inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogue more important than ever. The perspectives emerging from Free Time this week will help shape not only regional discussions, but also inform the broader global conversation on digital cooperation. At the same time, it is important that the momentum created this week continues beyond this meeting. Africa is receiving significant global attention this year in discussions on digital development and cooperation, and the region's perspectives and leadership will remain essential in shaping those conversations. Later this year, we will meet again at the African IGF in Accra before continuing these exchanges in a global multi-stakeholder setting at the 21st Annual IGF, which will take place in Nairobi, Kenya, from the 14th to the 18th of December 2026. I warmly encourage you all to remain actively engaged in these processes and very much look forward to continuing the dialogue with you in Nairobi. Thank you once again, and I wish you a very successful and inspiring forum.
Thank you, Mr. Chengetai Masango, who was coming to us online. We have other goodwill messages from our participants online, but we will go to those in the room until we get that up and running. So at this time, I would like to ask Ms. Victoria Oluni, the Public Policy Manager of Anglophone West Africa Meta, to come forward with her goodwill message.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. I started learning French quite recently, and it's been very interesting. I would like to stand on existing protocol, but first, I want to say a big thank you to Honorable Minister Salim Baba for putting this together. The reception at the airport was great, and I think this is a very well put together event. Thank you so much. I commend the leadership of the West Africa Internet Governance Forum again. My first time participating at this event was last year in Nigeria, and I think these forums like this are very important because right now, governance is being shaped on how we regulate platforms, how data governance conversations are happening, and it's in forums like this where we come to a consensus on the way forward for the continent. I bring greetings from Shade Dada. Many of you probably know her. She's my manager. She's unable to be here, and I'm representing her, and I'm delivering this speech. This year's theme is one I find very genuinely compelling because it asks a question that I think the region is uniquely positioned to answer. The question is, how do we exercise agency over our digital future while remaining connected to the global economy that makes the future viable? I'm not here to provide an answer, but I want to provide a perspective I think we should all consider. Digital sovereignty, to my mind, is not about building walls. It's not about erecting structures that prevent people from coming in or going out. It's about building capacity, the capacity to make informed regulatory choices, the capacity to develop technology that reflects local needs, and the capacity to participate in global standard setting, not as a recipient, but as a co-author. And you cannot exercise meaningful digital sovereignty over systems you cannot access. When bandwidth is limited, the cost of connectivity prices out small businesses and developers. Sovereignty becomes purely theoretical. That's why we had the 2Africa cable designed by Meta, now complete and operational. The world's longest cable, it connects West Africa to East Africa, and there are 6 landing stations in West Africa alone. We have it in Kwaibo, in Lagos, in Accra, in Dakar, and in Abidjan. Meta is the leading investor in this consortium. But what matters is not who built it. What matters is what it unlocks. Over the next decade, we estimate that the 2Africa cable will enable $16 billion in economic activity for sub-Saharan Africa, and over the next decade, bring 90 million Africans online. But infrastructure is only as valuable as what people do with it. And this is where I want to speak to something that gets lost in big numbers. Across sub-Saharan Africa, tens of millions of people and businesses use Meta platforms every day. Not because we ask them to, but because it solves real problems and real issues. The small business owner in Lagos, the creative in Freetown, the business person in Abidjan, who has created a following on Instagram, who has gotten clients and customers across the continent because of the use of our platforms. In 2025 alone, businesses leveraging Meta platforms generated almost $4 billion in economic activity across sub-Saharan Africa. Behind this number are individuals, real people who are using our platforms. And one of the tensions in digital sovereignty conversations is the question of dependence. Every time I attend events, they are like, oh, we don't want to become too dependent on foreign technology. We need to build our own so that we can do our own thing, so that it's not some kind of neo-colonialism or foreigners driving how we have conversations about tech in the country. However, one thing I want to mention is that across sub-Saharan Africa, the problems we face with regard to data governance, platform accountability is different from the conversations in Europe, is different from what we have in the US, is different from what we have in Asia. The infrastructure gap, the linguistic diversity, the demographic youth bulge that makes digital inclusion not just a policy priority, but an economic imperative. And this is why Meta has long valued multi-stakeholder models the IGF represents. We believe that good internet governance emerges when all voices, government, private sector, civil society, and technical and young people are at the table. So here's what I want to leave us with. For policymakers, predictable, transparent, and proportional policies are important to drive innovation. These are the conditions under which innovations will thrive locally and investors will flow into the continent. To civil society, I know private sector people are very bothered by civil society, but I need to mention that it's important that we have people who hold everybody accountable at the table, because an innovation is just as good as the level of scrutiny it has. To the young people lending your voice in these conversations, this is not just a courtesy, it's a necessity. The region's median age is under 20. The digital future being discussed in this room is our lived experience. And to everyone, keep showing up to spaces like this, because the rules of the digital economy are being written in places like this in real time. West Africa must not be a footnote in the story. We must be co-authors and not afterthoughts. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and I wish everyone a productive and energizing forum. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's the way to get us started with an energizing forum. I'm going to try with each speaker going forward to maybe just pick two things that jump out in my mind from what you said. You cannot access meaningful digital sovereignty over systems you cannot access. What matters is what it unlocks. Those things really resonated with me. And so hopefully now we can go to the next of our goodwill messages online. I'm going to try to call in Ms. Amrita Chowdhury, the chair of the Internet Governance Forum Support Association. Ms. Chowdhury, if you're there, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hope I'm audible. Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, both in the room and online, thank you for inviting me to speak at the opening ceremony.
If not, I will move on to Mr. Shadi Al-Gajawi, the CEO of AfriCell, who's also a representative of the mobile network operators in Sierra Leone. And you can applaud, please. Yes, thank you.
So the first thing we have to do is just switch off our phone before my wife calls me mid-speech and I'm forced to answer. So good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates and friends. It's a privilege to speak on behalf of mobile network operators at this important gathering, and particularly honored that Sierra Leone is hosting West Africa's Internet Governance Conversation this year. We're proud to be part of this moment. The theme this year is digital sovereignty and economic value. It speaks directly to the work that we do here every day. Mobile networks, in many ways, are the physical backbone of digital sovereignty. We build towers, we lay fiber, we connect the last mile. Without that infrastructure, everything else we discuss in this room remains theoretical. So when we talk about sovereignty, it's important to point out sovereignty starts with this connectivity. A country that is well connected is a country that can compete, protect its people, and shape its own future. As MNOs, we want to highlight three areas where we believe deeper collaborations between operators, government, and regulators can accelerate progress for everyone. First, investment and inclusion go together. Expanding connectivity to understand communities requires sustained investment. The good news is that both governments and operators are aligned on this goal. We would like to see supportive policies, targeted subsidies, and investment-friendly structures. In the past couple of years, networks have grown faster and faster, and prices have come down equally so. Second, digital skills must keep up the pace with digital infrastructure. Building a network is only half the job. The other half is ensuring people can actually use it meaningfully. MNOs reach millions of citizens every day directly through their phones. That reach is an asset we can put to work. Partnerships between operators, governments, and educators can turn network access into a reality, equipping young people in particular with skills to participate, create, and compete in a digital economy. Thirdly, trust is the foundation of everything. As the networks grow through which digital life flows, MNOs have responsibilities that goes beyond connectivity. We have a responsibility to build a trustworthy network that users can trust for data. We have a responsibility in how we protect online information and ensuring that the digital experience is safe for everyone, including the most vulnerable. That responsibility is one we embrace. It is one that becomes stronger when operators, regulators, and civil society work together. When we look ahead, we see financial inclusion. Mobile money has already shown what is possible. Millions of people across this region are paying school fees, sending money home, and accessing financial services for the first time through their phones. The next frontier is deeper financial inclusion through credit, savings, insurance, and other products that can genuinely transform lives. Realizing that the potential requires continued regulatory partnership and a willingness to innovate together. In closing, Sierra Leone has shown that it can lead big conversations, and we are proof that ambition has no limit. We look forward to a very tangible commitments from every delegate in this room that can be translated into actionable plans to improve the environment in West Africa. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Shadi. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so we're going to attempt again to get one of our online goodwill messages from Ms. Amrita Chowdhury, who's the chair of the Internet Governance Forum Support Association. I'm told she has to leave soon, so we'll try to get her on now. Ms. Chowdhury, please.
Thank you. Am I audible now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but they seem not to hear you on site.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies.
I think she's muted.
I am not muted. I
She's
think there
not
is
muted.
some. I think you need to check it at your end. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but they seem not to hear you on site.
Oh,
She's speaking, yes, she's speaking, but I don't know why you cannot hear on site.
I think there is some audio issue in the room. Can you hear me now?
We have to move
Yes.
on. If we can't get her, I have to call another speaker.
Can you hear me?
And so
Yes, I can
right
hear you,
now,
but
I'd
they are
like
not
to
hearing you on
call
site.
on the Director General. Is this Ms. Chowdhury?
Yes, can you hear me, please?
She's muted, please.
They can't hear you in the room. We can hear you online, but they can't hear you in the room.
Yeah, that's the issue.
I think you've been unmuted, so maybe you can try again.
Yes, can you hear me now? Am I audible?
I think it's on site.
Chowdhury,
They
please
cannot hear you in the room,
unmute
but we
yourself
can
if you
hear you
can.
online, clear, loud and clear.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
She can
You
hear.
unmute yourself?
She's unmuted.
I think they need to do some setting at
I
their
have to call
end.
on Mr. Amra Briwa, the Director General of the National Communications Authority, NATCA, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister of Communications, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Ministers of Government here present, Honorable Members of Parliament, development partners, private sector leaders, civil society colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. It's an honor to welcome you to West African Internet Governance Forum. This gathering comes at a critical moment in Africa's digital journey, a moment where decisions we make today will shape the sovereignty, security, and prosperity of our digital future for generations to come. Across West Africa, digital transformation is accelerating rapidly. Our economies are becoming increasingly interconnected through telecommunications networks, internet platforms, mobile financial services, cloud infrastructure, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. In this evolving environment, internet governance is no longer merely a technical discussion. It is now central to national development, economic competitiveness, security, and sovereignty. And this is precisely where the role of the telecommunications regulator has become more important than ever. As telecommunications regulator in Sierra Leone, the National Communications Authority, NATCA, recognizes that effective internet governance is essential to achieving digital sovereignty. Digital sovereignty means ensuring that nations retain the capacity to govern and protect their digital infrastructure, data ecosystems, communication networks, and digital economies in ways that align with national interests and regional priorities. It means that Africa is not simply a passive consumer in global digital ecosystem, but an active participant and shaper of digital policy, digital innovation, and digital value creation. For regulators like us, this responsibility requires balance. We must create regulatory environments that encourage innovation while protecting consumers. We must invest while safeguarding national resilience, and we must enable openness while strengthening cybersecurity and trust. At NATCA, we view internet governance as a shared responsibility that requires collaboration between government, regulators, industry, academia, civil society, and technical community. Our role as regulator extends beyond licensing telecommunication operators. We are also responsible for creating the enabling environment that supports secure connectivity, fair competition, universal access, consumer protection, spectrum efficiency, cybersecurity coordination, and digital inclusion. These are the foundation pillars of digital sovereignty. Without resilient telecommunications networks, there can be no digital economy. Without trusted networks, there can be no digital trade. Without effective governance framework, there can be no sustainable digital transformation. This is why NATCA continues to support initiatives aimed at expanding broadband connectivity across Sierra Leone, improving rural access, strengthening cybersecurity preparedness, and encouraging investments in critical digital infrastructure. At the regional level, regulators will ensure that digital space remains open, secure, inclusive, and beneficial to our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic opportunity before West Africa is enormous. With a population exceeding 400 million people, most of them young, entrepreneurial, and increasingly connected, our region has the potential to become one of the world's most dynamic digital markets. But to unlock this opportunity, we must ensure that economic value generated within Africa increasingly remains within Africa. That means supporting local innovation ecosystems. It means empowering African digital entrepreneurs. It also means investing in local infrastructure and regional internet exchange points. And it means creating governance frameworks that promote trust, stability, and innovation. Digital sovereignty is therefore not about isolation from the global digital economy. It is about participation on fairer and more strategic terms. It is ensuring that Africa has both a voice and influence in shaping the future of the internet. At NATCA, we remain committed to working with our regional and international partners to strengthen internet governance and advance connectivity, innovation, inclusion, and economic growth across West Africa. Let this forum serve as a platform not only for dialogue, but for coordinated regional action. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we can build a secure, resilient, and sovereign digital future for West Africa, one that empowers all people, strengthens our economies, and safeguards our collective interests in the digital age. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's the Director General of NATCA, that's the National Communications Authority. He talked about effective government frameworks, open, inclusive digital spaces, supporting local innovation ecosystems, trust, stability, innovation. Unless Mr. Gajwani feels that I forgot my two from his speech, I was distracted. But he talked about looking ahead to see financial inclusion, and the next frontier is deeper financial inclusion through credit and other means. Ambition has no limits. So we're talking about innovation and internet, and you see some of the issues that we're having here today, but we continue with our goodwill messages. And so now I will ask the Director, Infrastructure Skills and Empowerment, Smart Africa Secretariat, Ms. Thelma Kay, who should be in the room, I believe. Oh, you will? Okay, that's wonderful. On behalf of Smart Africa, you can introduce yourself when you come up here, since you're not Thelma, or maybe, you know, in this day and age you may be, we don't know.
Yes, thank you very much. No, the name is Rodrigue Gemde, not Tema. Thank you so much, and I want to send her apologize because with some technical issues, it's better for me as I'm in the room to take the floor to talk on behalf of Smart Africa. And thank you very much. He's asking me if I can speak in French. I tell him that I will speak in French during the panel, the next one, but for the speech I will go in English, if you allow me. Thank you. So Excellency Mrs. Salimaba, Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation Representative of ECOWAS, distinguished parliamentarians, regulator, members of the technical community, private sector leaders, civil society, academia, dear partner and friend. It's a great honor for Smart Africa to contribute to the 2026 West African Internet Governance Forum here. This year's theme, Digital Sovereignty and Economic Value in West Africa Integrated Digital Market, come at a very important moment for our region and for our continent. Distinguished guests, it's invite to ask a strategic question. This question is very important. How can West Africa move from the digital adoption to the digital agency, from being mainly user of digital system to becoming shaper, owners, and beneficiary of digital economy? For Smart Africa, this is a matter of development, regional integration, economic sovereignty, institutional trust, and collective influence. The foundation is connectivity. I just want to talk about the smart broadband report we made since a few weeks ago. This 2025 report shows some progress, a real progress across the continent regarding the broadband penetration increase from 34% to 48%. For the 5G, for the 4G first, population covering expand from 19% to 65%. Data affordability improved from 7% approximately to 32% of average. I'm sorry for this for this point of average monthly income, and more than 12,000 people have been trained through Smart Africa capacity building programs. Dear participants, these results matter because they show that coordinated political will, continental partnership, and practical implementation can deliver measurable change. But they have reminded us that the work is not finished. Broadband penetration has not yet reached the 51% affordability remains a barrier for many rural and low-income communities. The digital gender gap remains significant, and the financial gap for universal broadband remains sustainable. This is why the Cotonou Declaration adopted in November 2025 by ministers responsible for digital economy in West Africa is so important. It's called an accelerate digital transformation, stronger regional cooperation, aligned policies, coordinated implementation, affordable and reliable broadband access, interoperable digital public infrastructure, stronger data governance, and greater readiness for artificial intelligence. For West Africa, this declaration gives a political momentum to a simple idea. An integrated digital market cannot build through isolated national effort alone. It requires shared infrastructure, harmonized rules, trust system, and common ambition to turn regional scale into economic value. Ladies and gentlemen, connectivity is the foundation, but governance is the architecture. A true regional digital market exists when services, data system, cybersecurity cooperation, internet exchange point, cloud infrastructure, digital public infrastructure, regulatory approach, and trust frameworks work across borders. This is where internet governance becomes central. It shapes how we manage critical internet resources, protect users, strengthen infrastructure resilience, secure digital transaction, support innovation, and ensure that Africa's voice are heard in the global digital decision-making. This is the current geopolitical environment. This is not optional. If Africa is not coordinated, others will define the role, standard, and priority on our behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, Smart Africa is advancing two complementary initiatives that can support this momentum created by the Smart Broadband 2025 and the Cotonou Declaration. The first one is Smart Africa Internet Governance Blueprint. It is designated as a strategic reference framework to help African countries structure internet governance priority, strengthen institutional coordination, improve policy coherence, and enhance participation in regional, continental, and global processes. This blueprint is not binding legal instrument. It does not replace national laws, regional framework, or existing institution. It's a practical instrument of coherence, intending to help member states, regulators, policymakers, and technical communities move from the fragmented intervention to coordinate action. And the second initiative is KAIGA, the Council of African Internet Governance Agencies. KAIGA is not intended to replace the Internet Governance Forum, national or regional IGF, ICANN structure, African community processes, regulator, etc. As an internal Smart Africa organ, KAIGA is proposed as a coordination and dialogue platform to help African institutions exchange views, align position, and prepare more strategically on internet governance issues that are increasingly cross-border, economic, and geopolitical in nature. This value lies in coordination, preparedness, collective intelligence, and institutional continuity. In this sense, KAIGA is complementary to YGF, African IGF, ICANN meetings, AFRINIC, ISOC, IFTLD, etc., and all institutions working to strengthen Africa digital sovereignty. For West Africa, the way forward. So the MC wants us to go more fast. Okay, allow me to go more fast. It's just to talk about this digital sovereignty should not mean like isolation. I think that we have a panel should come after this opening ceremony to talk about this digital sovereignty. So I will skip this point. And of course, I will take time to talk more about this digital infrastructure sovereignty. So let us build West African market that is integrated, trusted, resilient, and value generating. Let us ensure that digital sovereignty becomes a development strategy, one that gives our people greater opportunity, our institution greater capacity, our economy greater value, and our continent a stronger voice in shaping the digital future. Thank you, and sorry for some time I'm taking a lot of time, sorry. And of course, this is the message we want to share from Smart Africa, and we are very happy to be here and contribute and support this West African IGF Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Smart Africa, but we do love the enthusiasm. So since you've trained 12,000 plus through your programs, we'll forgive you this time. But we'll try to keep us close to the time going forward as much as possible. We do have more speakers in the room, and so I will now like to call on Ms. Mary Oduma, the coordinator for the West African Internet Governance Forum, to come forward for her remarks.
Let me put it down a little. Thank you. Thank you. All right. It's okay. The Honorable Minister, I will not call your name, I'll call you my daughter. Honorable Minister Ma, members of the high table or the diplomatic corps and press, and more especially our honorables from the parliamentary chambers of West Africa, and every other participant. I want to stand on the protocol the anchor had established to say, I am happy to be here today. This conversation to host the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, I started making or talking about it with the Honorable Minister when we were in Norway 2025 during the global IGF. So I'm so grateful that it materialized, and we're here in Sierra Leone. Yeah. Well, the theme for the 18th, this is the 18th edition. And the breaking news is that this is the second time that Sierra Leone is hosting the West Africa Internet Governance. Do I have Sally Umansri in the room? No, I don't have him in the room, but I have Ponslet in the room, some of the pioneers. You know, internet governance started in 2006. I think it was 2009 or 2010 that Sierra Leone hosted. And I could remember that when we arrived at the airport, we had to take a ferry. It was a long pontoon, and we had to wait, and it was only one port. But today I came and I saw there are 3 ports, and faster for that matter. It doesn't take time again to go from Lungu to Freetown. So we are grateful. Thank you very much. Everybody has spoken about the topic of the day, so I'm not going to talk about that. But I'm just going to give you some statistics or some historic process we have gone through. The first West Africa Internet Governance Forum was in 2008. And I think it was Ghana that hosted it. So, and then we went to Lagos and then came to Sierra Leone. And after that, we have been rotating from one country to the other. Last year, we were in Nigeria. In 2024, we were in Senegal. And in 2023, we were in Côte d'Ivoire. In 2022, we were in Ghana, the first physical meeting after the COVID. So, and we have grown from what we used to be. It was just the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, the forum itself. But today, we have moved on to having the School on Internet Governance. So it started on the 11th of May. And we did that. Oh, it wasn't even starting. We did online for about a month, and then we came physical on the 11th of May. And after that, we had the youth program. The West Africa Youth Internet Governance Forum held yesterday here in this venue, and we challenged the youth. The Minister of Youth spoke so well, challenging our youth, that the time is now. We're not talking about future. They will have to start now. Let's export our products, and let's make good use of the AI to create or co-create. And I like what the lady from Meta said. It's not a question of discussion, it's a question of action. So let's be active in that. Now, for those that are coming, if you are coming to the IGF for the first time, please, you are coming to the IGF for the first time. For those of you that are coming, IGF, as is known globally, is a global United Nations convened platform that facilitates inclusion, public policy, the world inclusion market, public policy market, dialogue on sustainability. Another is robustness and the security and development of the internet. Today, we are not only talking about internet, we are talking about digital governance, the AI, the new technologies, the innovations. So we are concentrating on that. So the conversation today will focus primarily on these issues. That is AI, sovereignty, and innovation. So how do we participate in West Africa? So I also want to tell us that Sierra Leone, you are taking the lead since after the IGF has been become a permanent process of the UN. So you are taking the lead. So we are grateful for this. Again, we have some young people that have worked with us in putting together this program, both locally and at level. One of them, and most of them, I think, some of them are working in the technical or communication. But I want to recognize one young man. Is he here? Emmanuel. Okay, Emmanuel, your group, please, Emmanuel and his group, those that worked with Emmanuel, I want to give them kudos for what they have done. They put together this thing. Please help me to clap for them. And there's someone that comes from the internet. She's a West African, Nenna Wakama. She's the woman from the internet. So I want to give her recognition, and then Poncelet. So inclusion, we have the youngest person here. We have the older people like me that are here. so we have the Secretariat of the West Africa Internet Governance Forum. I also want to recognize what ECOWAS has done for us. Initially, when we started, we had collaborators like ICANN. We had collaborators like Isaac Foundation. We have collaborators like AUC, the UN IGF Secretariat, and the UN IGF Supporting Association. So those ones that have supported, and plus all the people, all the organizations locally, when we go to a country, they get us support from their local organizations. And so we are grateful to them. But before I sit down, I want to trace a challenge. The conversation today is, we are intentional about it. We are looking at sovereignty. We are looking at economic value. Sovereignty, from Meta has defined it well, and we're looking at economic value. We want our young people to create or co-create value for the integrated digital market in West Africa. So when we say integrated, so that if I take my ATM card to Senegal or to Cote d'Ivoire, I could make transactions. So our conversation will go that way. Our conversation will go towards how we govern the data. So data governance. And another thing is that the policies, we need to harmonize policies in West Africa. So, and I think that's the conversation that ECOWAS has been telling us, or calling us together to come up with a policy harmonization that will work well for the investors, and so that investment will go on in the West African region. So my challenge to you all today is that you should have a national IGF. 2, speak out. Your voices are very, very important. Bring in your contribution. Think global, act local. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to the government and the people of Sierra Leone for their kind hospitality extended to us since our arrival at Lingo, the boat ride experience, and the logistics services. Thank you very much, and have a good outing today.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Ms. Mary Oduma, the coordinator of the West African Internet Governance Forum. And my people of Sierra Leone will be very annoyed with me if I don't correct your pronunciation of Lunge. That's where you arrived. Lunge. Got it? Lunge. All right. Now we have more remarks. Just a few more here in the room, but I'd like to now call on the Director of the Digital Economy and Post from the ECOWAS Commission, Ms. Folake Olagunju, for her remarks.
to roll up, so can I use this instead if it doesn't go away? Okay. Yeah, they'll put it up. Very good afternoon. This is the disadvantage of speaking after so many intentional speakers, so I will be paraphrasing from all the things I've heard thus far. While we sort that out. Allow me, on behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, allow me, this is truly internet governance here, allow me on behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency, Dr. Omar Ali Toure, to express our sincere appreciation to the current chair of the ECOWAS Authority of States and Government, and that is His Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, for his leadership, which is absolutely in tune with the vision of our founding fathers, and his commitment to regional progress. Now, I realize between that exchange between Emmanuel and myself, Madam Minister, I forgot to acknowledge you in the room, so please accept my apologies. Madam Minister, I also need to actually just say a big hello to the available chairman from the West African Parliamentary Network, because as she rightly said, she wasn't supposed to be in the room, but Honorable Lydia, the Minister of State for Public Sector from Accra, the fact that a lot of ministers, MPs can come out to West Africa, I think I need to also acknowledge you, all our regional partners and international partners, and then please allow me to stand on all existing protocols. Now, ECOWAS warmly congratulates Madam Minister, her team, and the people of the the Republic of Sierra Leone. Three things stand out about Freetown: your warmth, your resilience, and your optimism. We were here a couple of months ago for the ministerial meeting, and we saw those three things. Now, these are three things that are quite crucial when we talk about digital transformation, and that is what the region seeks to advance. Now, as a region, we are truly at a turning point. I'm sure a number of people have said that. It is a moment for reflection. Do we go right? Do we go left? Or do we forge straight ahead? Our ambitions, ECOWAS is now 51, and our ambitions from way back long ago were three things: integration, economic transformation, and the absolute well-being of our citizens. Now, these three things today depend on how we govern our digital technologies, how we manage our data, and build competitive digital markets. Now, at the Commission, we actually do recognize this. This is why we have begun to lay the foundations from a regional perspective. We have a digital development sector strategy. Aside from that, we also have strengthened frameworks on data protection and cybersecurity, and we do ensure that all our frameworks actually align with what happens at the continental level. Now, I alluded to the fact that a couple of months ago we had a ministerial meeting. At that very meeting, which the Honorable Minister here chaired, she and her colleagues actually adopted a number of instrumental documents that will make a concrete difference to how we see and how we govern West Africa. It is currently in the process of being finalized. It has gone to the ECOWAS Parliament. It received a favorable opinion. So I'm sure the MPs here in the room as well will get an understanding of what we're doing. Last but not least, it will go to the Council of Ministers and the heads of states and government in July in a meeting that we're convening here again in Freetown. So all these documents and all our intentions and all our ambitions is why the YGF truly, truly matters. And everyone has spoken about the theme for today. It is a theme that captures a shift in our regional thinking. It is one, and as this is where the DG of NATCA said, it is not about isolation, he's spot on. It is not about closed doors, but it's about how we use our states, our institutions, and our citizens to actually shape a digital market in the public interest where we generate economic value. It is created within West Africa, and we also retain it within West Africa. And I think that's absolutely really, really crucial. So the future we seek, ladies and gentlemen, is one of empowerment, one of participation, and one of opportunity. That opportunity exists. We need to use it. Now, Victoria from Meta rightly said, the platforms exist. We're not reinventing the wheel. But in some instances, we could. It's not really about reinvention, but it's about nuance. How do we make it work for our own reality? DG Natka also said it, accountability, transparency. And I think the DG from AfriCell, excuse me if I'm misaligning all the titles here, he was talking about operators, connectivity. We cannot do anything without connectivity. It has to be there. And I think somebody else also mentioned that, it's not just about the technology, but who are the, as I say in Nigeria, who are the cocoa of the matter? The cocoa of the matter are everybody in the room, the people. They are the digital assets. Because you can invent, you can innovate, you can do whatever it is you want. If people don't buy into it, forget it. So, again, we need to make sure we have sustained investment in skills, innovation, and our institutions. And as everyone has been saying, and I will say it again, we cannot continue to be consumers. We actually have to start adding value. And this is where our youths, and the ECOWAS definition of a youth is people from 17 to 35. So I can remove myself from that equation, but I think a lot of people in the room are still youths. So we need to make sure we create a deliberate market that actually, invest in this human capacity. Now, we acknowledge technologies will evolve. We need to have our safeguards, we need to have our remedies. And as Mama Mary said, this is what she's known as in the YGF community, it needs to be inclusive. There needs to be trust, and we need to ensure that we do have that economic value. I can see Nikki through the corner of my eyes, so I will move on very quickly. I'm just going to say, with the Commission, we actually acknowledge the YGF, because it's truly, truly one of the only inclusive spaces, because our constituents at the Commission usually are our ministries, our governments. But with the YGF, everybody gets to be involved. And I really remember there was one we did online during COVID. We even had animals in that YGF. So they were barking, they were mewing, so it just shows you how truly inclusive that is. So for us, it remains a vital bridge where we can actually do what we need to do. Now, I will close by saying that Sierra Leone's digital journey reflects both the challenges and the opportunities of regional ambition. Like the DG Natka said, and the Director General from AfriCell, expanding connectivity, strengthening our institutions, and investing in young people. These three things remind us that digital transformation has to be lived. It is what we're doing now. It has to be local, and it remains deeply, deeply human. So as we look ahead over the next couple of days, let us try and commit to a shared West African digital space, one that we will shape together, one that we will govern together, and one that will work for our people across borders, across markets, and across generations. A big thank you again to Madam Minister, her team, and the good people of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Obrigado, merci, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Folake. Thank you so much for those words. Empowerment, opportunity, participation, and investment. We're moving right along, and we have some good news for the technology. We'll have a couple of our online speakers who will be coming on, but before that, I'd like to call on the Minister of State for Public Sector Reforms for Ghana, and who is representing West African parliamentarians, Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akanvariba, who apparently is in the room, for her statement. You need to encourage her with more applause, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, honorable members of parliament, ECOWAS representatives, all other protocol duly observed. I'm not here to make a statement, but I'm just here to say three things. I'm here on behalf of the chairman for West Africa IGF. He has other equally important activities to address in Nigeria. Three things I want to say about internet governance. Ms. Meru Oduma introduced me to internet governance. I remember the first time we met. She asked me, "Are you ready to go to Malawi with us?" And I said, yes. I said, okay, let's go to Malawi. And that is where we gave birth to African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. And today, that network has also given birth to West Africa Internet Governance. And I know, or will continue, very soon we'll be having each and every country having its own Internet Governance Forum. Why are we here today? We are talking about digital inclusivity. We are talking about digital economy. We are talking about data protection. Today, data is the new goal of the world. But as Africa, how do we protect our data? We have all our laws in silos. I want to wake up one morning to realize that this data that we have them in silos, we can put them together. Like Miss Mary said, one day you have your card, you walk across any country, and you can do any other transaction that we want. I'm talking about data interoperability. 2, inclusivity. If you talk about inclusivity, what comes to mind? People think about man, woman, children, the youth. If we are talking about inclusivity, we are talking about everybody getting on board. The statistics tell us that there is broadband network in Africa, but it is only used by 37% of Africa. It means that we have not achieved that amount of inclusivity. Why? Because there is data availability, but we are looking at affordability, we are looking at infrastructure, we are looking at the rural folks, the rural woman, the woman who is sitting far away, that has her phone, she has her machine, she has technology, but she can't access that data. That is what we are talking about. We want everybody on board. We want the rural folk, the youth, any other person who wants to be on board should be on board. There should be no gender, there should be no discrimination, there should be nothing that will make sure that we are not able to get used to that broadband. Third one, we are looking at technology. I just mentioned that data is the new goal of the world, but our technology, who produced the technology? Technology is produced somewhere. We don't know what that technology has used or what has been done to that technology, but we use it to get our data. Are we protecting our data? Technology, is technology available to everybody? Can we say that any other person in Ghana can afford a smartphone? Is technology available to everybody if we are talking about inclusivity? So let us look at the price and the manufacturing of technology in Africa. Africa is our own. West Africa is our own. Let us have the new minds, the youth, to see them coming out with that skills to produce technology that is meant for Africa and West Africa as a whole. Today we are celebrating internet governance in West Africa. I think my grandma doesn't know what that means, but today we are celebrating it. Let it be told that one day, Africa and West Africa can produce our own machines and we have our own data, we have our own everything, that we can say that this is Africa, this is West Africa. To end, we are policymakers. What are the policies that we are doing for Africa? Or what are the policies that we have for West Africa? It is time for we parliamentarians, policymakers, regulators to come together and forge ahead to make sure that Africa or West Africa become the leader of technology, which I haven't seen yet. We should have regulations, policies that will make sure that we match with the global system. Somebody asked today that we still have issues of network shutdown. Why? It's because Africa, we can't control our own networks. We do the regulation, but we can't control it. I want the multinationals to use Africa as the new age, that we can control everything. Let us, we policymakers, bring policies that will help us to be able to regulate the internet, to be able to regulate the technology. We say AI is an emerging technology, but I have seen that AI has been there long ago. It's because we are not using it. But very soon, let AI be an African policy and not a policy that has been handed over to us, so that we use AI to be able to manage our economy, and we use AI. Don't let us be users, let us be producers. Let us manage the economy in such a way that somebody out there will say, this is Africa, this is West Africa, and this is what we want as West Africans in the Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us this afternoon. And thank you on behalf of my chairman. We are grateful to the people of Sierra Leone, and we say, God bless the people of Sierra Leone, and God bless Africa. God bless our parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Akambariba. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister of State for Public Sector Reforms from Ghana, also representing our West African parliamentarians in internet governance, talking about data operability, inclusivity, and technology. So now we hopefully, yes, put your hands together for the system's working. Yes, we're so excited. And before I jinx anything, I'll go straight on and call our next speaker online, board member for the Internet Society, Mr. Caleb Ogundile. Yes?
Hi.
Yes.
Good morning. Am I audible?
He's speaking. Please put the volume up.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Your Excellencies, Madam Ministers, and all existing protocols duly observed. So just to manage time, I will just, I bring you warm greetings from the Internet Society, and just one thing, or a few things that we quickly want to make comments on. Basically, the fact that the open and global connected internet is an economic lifeline, and it underpins economic opportunities, access to knowledge, global innovation. But connectivity alone isn't enough for people to be able to access those economic benefits. They need that benefit to be very, or rather they need the internet to be very affordable, resilient, and infrastructure is also key, and digital skills to stay safe online. So for us to address those needs, we need the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, and we strongly believe in the multi-stakeholder approach of internet governance. The decision at WSIS 20 to make the IGF a permanent UN forum means it is up to us to ensure that West African voices help shape the future of the internet. This is something that is deeply personal to the Internet Society. Africa is a home to more individual Internet Society members and Internet Society chapters than any other region in the world. So if you're an Internet Society member in the room, please give yourself a round of applause for being part of this critical stakeholder engagement. And so making it a place we continuously look to learn from in Africa is one of the places where Internet Society is very happy to continue to engage. So the question is, or rather, I'd want to mention that the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation are proud to support internet governance stakeholders across the continent. And I believe that we've also funded a couple of internet exchange points, as well as other community network projects, which helps to further the mission of connectivity and accessibility of the internet. So since 2021 alone, we've supported 16 national and regional IGF initiatives in Africa, including today's event that you are part of. And we are proud supporters of today's West Africa IGF. During this event, you would have and will hear from several Internet Society fellows who are making a significant impact on the internet governance in West Africa, like Dembele Aminatar, Eli Career Fellowship, Mohamed Bello Buhari, and Osei Kagia, the Youth Ambassador Program Fellow. And Internet Society members like Ajara Mari Boma, president of our local Internet Society chapter in Sierra Leone. Hyperlocal participation in engine of multi-stakeholderism. Routine decision-making in local realities ensures that the global internet reflects diverse needs while remaining interoperable worldwide. Just recently here in Sierra Leone, the Internet Society Foundation helped fund the Digitruck Salon project, a 40-foot refurbished shipping container converted into solar-powered, self-sustaining digital classroom to help deliver digital skills training to young girls and women entrepreneurs residing in remote and high poverty village. Participants learned how to utilize social media to promote products, establish networks, connect with audience beyond their local communities, and also acquire essential business skills in pairing connectivity with digital skills. The project opened doors to tangible economic opportunities. So on behalf of the Internet Society Board, I would want to congratulate the West African IGF and everyone participating in this, wishing you a very fruitful deliberation, and we look forward to the outcomes of this meeting. And thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to have some meaningful conversations with you at this event. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful event.
Thank you, Caleb. And the internet indeed is for everyone. And since we done so well, we'll go straight to our next online statement from Mr. Pierre Dandijunu, who is the Vice President, Stakeholder Engagement, Africa ICAN. Monsieur Dandijunu, I believe is online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, very good morning to everyone, and Honorable Haja Salima Moroma Ba, Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation, Sierra Leone. Distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to be joining you, even if it's remotely, and I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation made to ICAN to be speaking here. And thanks so much for that. Of course, as ICAN, we've been actually supporting organization of the West African IGF since its beginnings, 2008, and then we are happy that this is continuing. And kudos to the organizers. Well, I understand that the West Africa Intergovernmental Forum, bring together various stakeholders to discuss and address internet-related issues in West Africa, thereby serving as a collaborative platform for governments, civil society organizations, academia, private sector representatives, and technical communities to engage in meaningful dialogue concerning internet governance. Interestingly, today, while hearing the remarks, one of our panelists was mentioning the fact that talking about sovereignty here is not about just, getting together, engaging in conversation. It was talking about, actions. And I think that's basically what we might be needed here after so many years of having these IGFs. Now, let me come back quickly to ICANN, and then I will be ending in a few minutes. Why ICANN has been really supporting this sort of events and other events in Africa for so many years now? Well, because we believe that internet is not just about technical aspect of it. It's about so many aspects, so that, well, that's what we call, the multi-stakeholder realm. When we are concerned, as ICANN, we believe that we do policy work, but we also do technical work. And all of this, embraces so many areas that, well, we better talk about, what we are calling the multi-stakeholder model that we have. So what is ICANN? ICANN is that, stands for Internet Cooperation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And we coordinate the Internet's unique identifiers, including domain names and the IP addresses allocation system, which really makes the Internet work. We do not regulate content, nor do we enforce national laws.
Mr. Danjini, we just have to have you round up a little bit.
Okay. And the policies that guide this coordination are developed through an open global multi-stakeholder process involving governments, technical experts, and others. Now, quickly, our support to Africa, is based on a few things, which is what the community itself asks ICANN to be doing: capacity development. So many projects that we do have today, the Africa strategy that we have, what we calling the CDA, which is our consortium for digital development in Africa. All of this boils down to capacity building. I will not be going through all of this, but suffice to say that we've been conducting a few sort of joint programs, necessary on connectivity, what we are also calling, meaningful connectivity. You got issues such as, inclusiveness, dealt with what we call the universal acceptance of domain names, email addresses, for instance. We are working with universities as well to develop some sort of curricula on the UA, for instance, universal acceptance. Let me stop here and really thank again the organizers for putting this, together, for government of Sierra Leone for facilitating this. And of course, ICANN will continue to provide possible support to the stakeholder in West Africa so that we keep together the internet stable, secure, and unified. I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Danjinu. Earlier on, we attempted to get Ms. Amrita Chowdhury online, and we couldn't, but she has the brief words from her replacement, Mr. Wisdom Donkor, who I believe is online. Please, and we'd like to take your statement as we get ready to head to our keynote address.
Thank you very much. Can you please hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just reading the text of Amrita. Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, both in room and online, thank you for inviting me to speak at the opening ceremony of the 2026 West Africa Internet Governance Forum here in Freetown. It is an honor to join you virtually. Let me begin by congratulating Emmanuel, Mary Oduma, and everyone, and the entire organizing team for convening this important edition of the West Africa IGF. Your commitment ensures that voices from across the region are heard, amplified, and connected to the global dialogue year after year. On behalf of the IGF Support Association, we are proud to support this gathering. Our mission has always been to strengthen the IGF and its ecosystem of national and regional initiatives. The IGF remains the only truly multi-stakeholder bottom-up process that allows the global community to discuss not only global challenges, but also local and regional priorities, such as those being deliberated here today. With the IGF permanent mandate now affirmed and the World Summit on Information Society +20 resolution, recognizing the strength of this ecosystem, your work carries even greater weight. In the context, the choosing theme, digital sovereignty and economic value in West Africa, integrated digital market, together with its 3 strategic pillars of data sovereignty, artificial intelligence, and digital market, it is both timely and vital as digital technologies reshape economies and geopolitics. This dialogue will help chart pathways for inclusive growth, resilience, and regional leadership. Hope the community can have open conversation on digital rights, trust online. The way the program has been framed is commendable by including the School of Internet Governance, the Youth Track, and the IGF Parliamentary Track. You are building capacity and enabling deliberation from grassroots to the decision-making levels. This holistic approach strengthens the multi-stakeholder model and ensures sustainability. To learn more about IGFSC, I encourage you to visit our website or connect with us directly, discover how you can help spread the word about our work, and consider becoming a member to further strengthen this community. I hope your discussions are rich and productive, and that the outcome are not only submitted but also articulated at the Global IGF, being hosted this year in your continent. Your perspectives matter deeply, and we urge you to continue contributing, shaping, and strengthening this collective journey. I thank you very much for inviting IGFSA. So these are the tests from Amrita. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Awia. And we're sorry we couldn't get her in person, but we appreciate her words. Now, I feel like I need that, I need to get you all up on your feet before we get into our keynote address so that you can stretch a little bit. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're going to call on Mr. Wisdom Bryant as our entertainment before our keynote address from the Honorable Minister of Communication and Innovation and Technology and Innovation for Sierra Leone. So Wisdom Bryant, if you're in the room, please do come forward. Encourage the young man, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Communications and Technology and Innovation, members of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I tried practicing how to say hello in French. The only thing that's left in my mind is aujourd'hui. I don't know what that means, but cool. I was going to say, how are you doing today? But only aujourd'hui is in my mind. My name is Wisdom Bryant, and I am a spoken word artist and a public speaker. I'm also an entrepreneur, and I work in civil society, encouraging you to participate in governance. And a lot of the conversation that have happened here today has focused on what we are here to do. And I want to take us a step back into where we are. So about 200 years ago, the world did not have a problem with digital sovereignty. The problem in the world was humanity, all right? And so 200 years ago, when we were battling with the transatlantic slave trade, the place where they found as a haven for these slaves is where you are right now, in Freetown, Sierra Leone. And about 250 years later, where the world is now looking for digital sovereignty, we're now gathered here again in the same Freetown to discuss the future about it. Isn't that wonderful? So in my spoken words in the next 3 minutes, I'm now going to let us understand and appreciate this environment on taking such crucial decisions here in Freetown. So could you please clap for me so I feel a bit more motivated? Thank you, thank you. They said if you could make it to Sierra Leone, if you could make it to Freetown, then you could make it to freedom. This is the land that we are in now. A land so powerful that its shoreline became a shoreline of a second heartbeat for people who had lost their identity, their names, and their lives that had been stolen. This is the land that we are in. A land where broken men came in chains, and the moment they stepped foot on our soil, they were called human again. This is Sierra Leone, a nation with unique culture, endowed with valuable natural resources. Our natives are as beautiful as our nature. I mean, the creative creator creatively created our nature. Take a look at the high mountains, the beautiful beaches, the purified water in rivers, streams, and fountains, and the marine of plenty of fishes. See, this is a land where the ocean does not divide hope, it delivers it. And that is where we are now. You see, before airports, before Wi-Fi passwords and policy papers, Sierra Leone was already teaching the rest of the world what connection looked like. Because connection is not cables, it's not satellites, it's not artificial intelligence. Connection is the decision to look at a fellow human being and tell them, you belong here. There is positivity and possibility. Probably that is why this forum feels poetic, because the whole of West Africa converged here, not by accident, but history invited us here. Thank you. But history invited us here. So delegates, in this room, if Sierra Leone has taught us anything, is that we can turn survival stories into sounds of victory. And therefore, we are gathered here to discuss digital sovereignty, cybersecurity, innovation, and all the technical stuff. But amid every panel discussion, there is one sacred question: how? How do we build a digital Africa that no one arrives in chains? No chains of poverty, no chains of censorship, no chains of silence, no chains of economic barriers. How do we build that Africa? So please, take a look at everyone around you. In this room, someone will make a policy that will help save millions of children online. Someone here will create a technology that will help villages and transform them, that villages that even the maps had forgotten about. And someone here, maybe the most quiet in the room, will change this continent forever. So centuries ago, people converged in Sierra Leone, Freetown, in search of freedom. Now, we converge in search of a future. And if history has taught us anything, is that if you made it here, to this room, to this conversation, to this place, then maybe, just maybe, West Africa can go to the mountaintop together. So, Sierra Leone stands here like it did 200 years ago, with its doors wide open, beckoning for all of us to come in. International donor partners, ladies and gentlemen, the cocoa of the matter, to come in and bring in your accents, bring in your startups, bring in your brilliance, bring in whatever it is you can bring in, but just make sure you do not leave here the same way you came. So my name is Wisdom Bryant, and I'll be a world icon someday. And because you made it here, you can be too. Thank you very much.
I like wisdom's wisdom. Yes, yes. Put your hands together for Wisdom Bryant. The voice of our youth. Very, very optimistic, and always inspirational. Gives us great hope when you hear our young people speak, and then you know that, something great is on the horizon and coming. So we don't despair. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to ask our host, Tess, to come up and give her keynote address. The Honorable Haja Salima Monomaba, Minister of Communication, Technology and Innovation for Sierra Leone.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I feel it's a bit unfair to speak after Wisdom. He's raised the bar too high, but I'll try to follow him and thank him for that. It was truly inspiring to be able to hear and see how those connections are made. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister of State for Ghana, our honorable members of Parliament, both of the Parliament of Sierra Leone as also ECOWAS Parliament, heads of government institutions, our development partners, the representatives of the private sector, civil society, academia, the West Africa Internet Governance Forum Secretariat, the representatives from the ECOWAS here present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon now. I really had a set speech planned, but I think I've been listening to everybody and making the case. I think I'm going to change that slightly. And because I think what's clear here, we all understand the issues. I think we're speaking to a room of converted. So it's really about, I think, and somebody mentioned before earlier, I think we're to stage first to fulfill the dream and the vision of Wisdom and so many other young people for the continent. We really do need to move to action. And beyond the speeches, I think we need to be able to identify critically what are the areas we need to converge against and have action plans on how we do that. But before I go into that, which I will, I think I'm going to drill that into maybe 2 or 3 areas where I think we need to have a conversation on. I would really like to start by welcoming everybody to Freetown, Sierra Leone, all our invited guests who've traveled to Sierra Leone to be part of this. And today, we're grateful that you braved the crossing of the river. I think as Sierra Leoneans, it's something we take for granted. We just assume, oh, it's easy, you just get on a boat. But I think whenever we have guests is when we contextualize how maybe it's unusual and something we have taken as day-to-day activity. We recognize in the eyes of our guests how unusual it might seem. So we thank you all for coming. We believe it makes us unique. You would never forget that you were in Sierra Leone, in Freetown, and you'll have a story to share when you go back home about your experience crossing the sea. I would also definitely like to thank the IGF Secretariat for bringing back the Internet Governance Forum to Freetown. We're grateful to be able to host this critical platform where regulator, policymakers, private sector partners, civil society are able to really come together and discuss over these next, today's the 4th day. It's been a week of engagement within that, and we've already heard the really insightful conversations that are being had, and we look forward to the outcomes now over these next 2 days of discussions within that. So we're grateful as a country to be able to host this at such a critical time. We believe the theme for this year's summit is something that's really critical, and we believe that would have severe implications of how we think about the internet and opportunities within that. Before, and I think I'm going to really focus on maybe potentially a call to action, because I do believe we have the people in the room who could make a change. So I think beyond the policy statements and the vision setting, I think we have to move to specific call to actions and areas for intervention. But because of that, and I think somebody really made this point where it's important to reemphasize, we really need to think about the internet beyond the governance and the policy and the regulations. I think the question we really need to ask ourselves is, how do we ensure that the internet translates to economic value? That is really significant. The internet, beyond us being able to connect and communicate, it's the significant economic value of the internet through the digital economy of what we have. If we look at the GDP of the global digital economy, what it's contributing, trillions of dollars to global economies. Even today, within Africa, the digital economy is already contributing billions, but there's a huge potential beyond that. How can we significantly unlock this sector for our national development and prosperity? And I think about it in a sense of, we think about the sectors that as Africa we prioritize historically. We're focused on mining and our natural resources and how we're ensuring that we're leveraging those. But we might be making a mistake around thinking, because I look at those mining sectors, they're extractive. One day they would finish, they would exhaust those resources. The resource we will never exhaust is our minds, is our creativity, is our innovation. We will never be able to exhaust those. So we really need to significantly be able to invest in those and setting the stage. That is why investment in education is important. Human capital development is important, because you can't unlock that without the humans being having the right capacity and skill sets, being healthy, being able to feed themselves and be in a position to be able to contribute to this growth. So that is why it's important. That is why Sierra Leone as a country, human capital development is one of our critical, for the government, it's one of the critical priority areas that we focus on. Significant amount of our national budget goes towards education, making sure we're investing in these young people who would be not future, the current and future leaders of our region, which is significantly important. But again, beyond that, when we, again, thinking about the economic potential for the region, how we're ensuring the creative minds, those creative solutions that our population has, how we're turning those into commercial opportunities and businesses that would benefit themselves, their family, their immediate community, but we believe the region as a whole, because there's something significant about a solution that is homegrown, that is home built, and the impact that can have versus ones that we bring in. There's massive opportunities within that, and we hope to be able to encourage and foster those. This is why internet governance is important. How we're ensuring through our regulatory environment. I think sometimes when we think about regulations, we think about how do we prevent harm, how do we make sure it's safe and all of that, but we really need to think about regulation in the sense that it's setting us up to be able to unlock this massive potential. I would also like to draw on another aspect why this is critical for the region, but we think specifically again for Sierra Leone. As Madam Folake mentioned, Sierra Leone is the current chair of the ECOWAS Heads of State Authority, and His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Madabio, has made it a central pillar of his agenda for the region, is to see how ECOWAS returns to its foundational vision for which it was set up for. That is economic prosperity to promote peace, stability, and security. You can't have peace, stability, security, national development without economic potential. This is why it's critical. Economic advancement will stop the brain drain. If there was economic advancement in the region, less of our people will be risking their lives to jump on boats to cross the sea. If there's economic advancement, we'll be able to attract more investment within the region. If there's economic advancement, we'll be able to have better peace and security. Who wants to fight when everybody's eating and can eat? So I think that's been a central pillar of his agenda for the region, and critical to that is digital economy. In 2026, I don't believe you can talk about any economic advancement of any region if we don't significantly prioritize the digital economy and the role that this can play to deliver on that. As I mentioned, looking at the way where the global setting is going and how the digital economy is growing year on year on year, it is almost but critical that to ensure, as mentioned, we say this word, Africa must not be left behind, and we repeat it as a mantra, but we really, through platforms and forums like this, need to now significantly think of what we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen, and make sure that we can leverage those. Towards that, I have specific call to actions, because as mentioned, we have the right stakeholders in the room. This is the room of the converted. I don't need to sell to you why digital sovereignty is important. I don't need to preach to you about why cybersecurity is important. I don't need to preach to you about how critical the internet is. I think we're all, it's a room of converted, and this is a room of stakeholders, and I think we're all on that page. So my specific calls to action, number one call to action, since we have our policymakers and our regulators, we have to prioritize regional integration. No African country, regardless of your size, can afford to go into it alone when we think about how do we significantly make our way in the digital economy. We need to be able to tap into our regional advantage. We need to be able to figure out how we can ensure our frameworks, our governance frameworks are aligned and are standardized. When we had the ECOWAS ICT Council of Ministers meeting, this is one of the most significant things we discussed on, is how do we ensure that as a region, we're ensuring that we have integration. Towards the vision, somebody said, only regional integration through our regional frameworks will ensure that a young person in Sierra Leone can go to Instagram, post their e-business, somebody from Togo likes it, is able to pay for it, and able to receive those goods at their doorstep. This is where we move into the vision of a single digital market. This is how we leverage our advantage, our position, and our numbers. There's a reason why we look at the EU and what they've been able to do to move as a bloc. There's a significant reasons, even within the European Union, you have small economies or bigger economies, but what happens, because they've decided to go into it as a bloc, you see everybody benefits at the end of the day. No country is left behind, and this is what we need to do. Within West Africa, any country who goes far, you're alone. You can be up at the mountaintop by yourself, or we can all be there together, and that's something we need to be able to do. So I call on our policymakers, our parliamentarians who make the laws, that beyond our national interests and priorities, which we do need to focus on, we really need to give equal prioritization to regional integration, regional collaboration. So that's why I'm really happy to see parliamentarians here from different member states represented here who would become champions for this message for regional integration, and make sure that we have the mechanisms in place to be able to do that. I also call on you to embrace innovation. You know, couple of weeks ago, we had here the relaunch of a state-owned operator. And one of the fundamental things within that we spoke about, not using yesterday's tools to solve today's problems. So I would really call on our policymakers and our stakeholders to be open to looking at innovative models of how do we collaborate? How do we ensure there's integration? How do we attract investment in the region? Beyond thinking about investment for our specific countries, we need to think about critical digital infrastructure that we need for the region. How are we talking about data centers? If we look at the data center capacity, availability for the region versus the population, that is significantly low. We're talking, someone mentioned about AI and where we're going, we're already behind on that. How are we ensuring that the region has AI-enabled data centers and GPU and processing, and we're ensuring language models are reflected within that. That is the only place that we can go to ensure that, I think beyond using AI, which is great, what we need to talk about is how are we influencing AI, how are we co-designing, how are we co-building, how are we ensuring when these AI systems are built, we're in those rooms and part of those conversations. That's where we need to be, because if we're not, we'll forever be consumers and users, and will never be part of the design process. So, and to do that, we have to think about regional collaboration. Looking at size of our countries, being able to point of every country developing an AI data center might not be feasible, but as a region, we can. So through our frameworks, we need to think about innovative frameworks, such as the data embassy frameworks. How can we bring in innovative models and frameworks that would allow us as a region to be able to accomplish on some of these things, rather than thinking of us individual countries. So that is my call to action to our policymakers and our stakeholders, to give us priority, thinking about regional collaboration and integration within that. I also have a call to action for our private sector partners, and that's our mobile operators and the big tech companies. Our mobile operators, as the representative from Sierra Leone mentioned, I'm sure this is reflective right across. So we've seen expansion of internet coverage in every country year on year, and that significant investment is happening, and we thank them for that. The call to action is we do need to think about how to make it data more affordable, even more affordable for our citizens, to ensure that everybody can meaningfully participate online. That's a factor to consider. Another call to action is really to our social media companies and our tech companies and platforms. You know, on social media platforms now play a significant role in our daily lives. It determines how we communicate, how we engage with our government institutions, how we do business these days, and just every aspect of daily life. Most people wake up in the morning, before they pray, the first thing is they take their phone and see who's tried to contact me. That's our daily life now. With that, we recognize the significant role they play in our lives. I'll ask this room, how many people watch news channels? How many people actually get their news from WhatsApp groups and Facebook? I see the young people, most people, everybody, right? Most people, I would challenge how many people sit there and watch mainstream news channels now. You scroll, that's where you get the headlines, and what you don't realize, those platforms now are telling you what is important to you. They're telling you what is important to your community, your society, your region. Who determines the news kind of shapes the news, in a sense. Before, we had the traditional town criers, right? If you think about actually even the evolution of how we've shared news, I believe there was the community town criers. I believe we moved from there to potentially maybe community hubs where people go gather. Maybe we moved to the newspaper age, how newspaper was distributed. We moved to radios and TVs, and as part of that, now we're at the internet age. And what the internet age has done is something that has never been done before. It's allowed everybody to have access to the media platform. Anybody can create news and determine what's news now. Somebody said thank you. And it's great, by the way. I think that is a massive, we've seen social movements, we've seen change happen through social media initiatives and right across the globe, and that is great. And we welcome that, and that is important. But I think we'll also have to acknowledge the risk of everybody having access and how we're ensuring that that is used responsibly. This is where, and with the advancements of AI and deepfakes, I think we also have to acknowledge the significant risk to our very vulnerable societies who might not be in a position to understand that what I'm seeing actually is not real. By the time that is explained that what you're seeing is not real, we understand the potential risk to community cohesion that could cause. So we really call on the social, I'm happy we have a representative here from Meta, I'm sure on behalf of all, we really call on them to invest what needs to be done to ensure that our social media spaces within this region is protected. I think we see the difference between how content is moderated within the region versus potentially how it's moderated outside. So that requires investment by the tech companies to ensure that their large language models recognizes our local languages, to ensure that they're hiring local humans who would also act as moderators, to ensure that our platforms are moderated responsibly so that we can all enjoy the benefits of those platforms. Another call to action for them is around platform utilization, the economic benefits of these platforms. Currently online now, Africans every day are sharing millions and millions of content. Our creativity is online. But I'll throw the question, how many Africans are actually enjoying and be able to leverage on those numbers? I think if we check around now, content monetization for the region, I think only around 12 or 13 countries or so have access to monetization. That is a huge disadvantage to our African creators who are creating content online, sharing those online. They're getting millions of views and people participating. They're sharing our stories. They're carrying African stories, and they're determining and showing the globe and the world who we are and sharing our message and our culture and promoting that. And we see more and more people enjoying the beauty of our culture. But these content creators must be able to economically participate and enjoy the benefits of these contents that they're creating. So our call to them is, as big tech companies, to think about how can we ensure equality within that? How can we ensure every African creator, content creator within the region who's developing content can benefit, economically benefit from those online, and we'll be there to work with you on that. I would end soon. Sierra Leone, by really saying Sierra Leone as a country, our commitment to continue working within this space, our commitment to prioritize the digital economy and commitment to digital transformation, but also our commitment to our regional responsibilities. Sierra Leone is open, willing, and happy to engage because we understand that as an African proverb that says, you know, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. We're big believers in that. We want to go far. We want to go far with our region. So we're open and willing to do that. That's why, as chair of ECOWAS, we've been happy to put our hands up to host these engaging platforms, because we want to be able to provide the platform to be able to do that. So our commitment within that remains to be able to leverage that, and we're happy to collaborate with different countries to ensure that we can progress this forward. I would like to end by really thanking all our guests who traveled all the way to be here. We hope you just stay here for work. We hope you get to go see the beaches, see places, eat cassava leaves, and be able to enjoy the peaceful and warm people that we usually say Sierra Leoneans like other people more than Sierra Leoneans. So you find they're very happy to make friends. So we're very welcoming people, and we hope that you enjoy your stay here. We also like to thank all the partners and the sponsors who've sponsored this 5 days event. We thank you all for that. We'd like to thank the YAIGF Secretariat as well as ECOWAS for bringing again IGF to Sierra Leone and being such engaging partners with us. We look forward to what we can do more together. And then finally, we would like to thank all our service providers and our organizing team. You know, just a couple of my team, I think they're going to have a talk with me after this to say no more of these, because it takes a lot to organize. It takes a lot with the everyday ministry work that you have to be able to also organize it. So I'm sure they'll have a talk with me. But I would like to thank them for their dedication and making sure that we can pull this off, as well as every other service provider who's part of this. We look forward to your deliberations today, the outcomes of those, and the closing tomorrow. And wish you have a wonderful stay in Sierra Leone, and we hope to see you back soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our Honorable Minister for those words. And thank you to you all for being so patient and engaged throughout this morning's opening address. And also thank you to our interpreter, our sign language interpreter, because at least I've been moving down now and then to go get a rest, but she's been up here the whole entire time. So please do give her a round of applause. Yes. We are going to, time is moving. It's now about 1:39, but we would like to go straight into our first plenary this afternoon now. And so our organizers will quickly set up for the plenary. It'll be about a couple of minutes as we go into our first plenary for today. So do continue to remain engaged. This is going to be digital sovereignty and economic value in West Africa's integrated digital market. If you are on the plenary, we ask that you ensure that you're in the front row as they quickly set up for us. And if you don't know who that is, then it's the Executive Director, Paradigm Initiative, Benga Sesan. Ms. Folake Olagunju, for the Director of Digital Economy and Post, ECOWAS Commission, Smart Africa Representative, and Dee Wariowe, the Director, Corporate Planning and Strategy, National Information Technology Development Agency in Nigeria. And so I think we're also going to have a video as they do the setup. So our panelists, please, if you're in the front row, that's fine. If you're not already, please do move to the front row as we get set for our first plenary.
Peut-être un peu du programme pour voilà, ça peut-
Ça veut dire, madame, on dirait une minute, ouais. C'est pour les gens comme ça, là, qui a beaucoup de micros. Yeah. Yeah.
C'est juste de la prévolution, mais ça vient.
Amen. Bonjour, je suis Madame Noé Alakini et je suis membre de la communauté Internet du Bénin.
Sometimes, a single person leaves a mark so profound that their absence is felt across an entire community. Today, with deep sorrow and immense gratitude, we remember Muriel Alapini, a colleague, a mentor, a sister, a committed advocate for internet governance in Africa. Muriel Alapini passed away peacefully on 1st January 2026. But her legacy continues to live through the countless lives she touched, the communities she strengthened, and the generations she inspired. Across Benin Republic, across West Africa, and far beyond, Muriel was known for her kindness, her humility, and her unwavering dedication to service. She believed deeply in an open, inclusive, and people-centered internet. And more importantly, she worked every day to make that vision a reality. Through the West Africa School on Internet Governance, she helped shape and mentor a new generation of African leaders, researchers, policymakers, and digital advocates. Her commitment extended far beyond coordination. She created spaces for dialogue. She encouraged young voices. She built bridges between communities. And she inspired confidence, solidarity, and hope. Muriel contributed to numerous initiatives across the African digital ecosystem, including the Benin DNS Forum, the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, Diplo Foundation, NCUC, Women Tech Makers, A4AI, the NRIs, and many others. Her impact was not only measured through projects or meetings, it was reflected in the lives she uplifted, in the fellows she guided, in the friendships she built, in the community she helped nurture with patience, generosity, and conviction. To many of us, Uriel was more than a colleague. She was a source of light, encouragement, and humanity. Even in the most demanding moments, she remained devoted to others and committed to the collective mission of strengthening internet governance and digital development in Africa. Today, the West Africa Internet Governance community mourns her loss. But we also celebrate a life of purpose, a life of dignity, a life of commitment, a life dedicated to empowering others. As we gather these memories, these images, and these voices, we are reminded that true leadership is not only about position or titles. It is about service. It is about compassion. It is about the ability to leave people stronger, more hopeful, and more united than before. Muriel did exactly that. Her memory will remain forever part of the history of internet governance in Benin Republic, in West Africa, and within the global digital community. To her family, loved ones, friends, and colleagues, we extend our deepest condolences and our solidarity. And to Muriel, thank you. Thank you, Muriel. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your belief in people. Thank you for the legacy you leave behind. May your memory continue to inspire our collective journey towards a more inclusive, open, and human-centered digital future. Rest in peace, Muriel Alapini. You'll forever remain in our hearts.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will do group photos now, please. Before we come into the panel, we're asking the first two rows to please come right outside to this middle area, and then we'll have everybody else who will be ushered out to, and will congregate around them. So the first two rows, please, for our dignitaries, please come outside for the group photos, and then everyone else, our MNOs and everybody else, we will gather around them. First two rows, please, for the group photo. Yes, first two rows, please. Mesdames et messieurs.
Ok, donc on va prendre la photo de groupe avant de revenir pour le panel de haut niveau, le temps que les officiels s'installent. Ouais, on fait du français parce qu'il n'y a plus l'interprétation. Ils sont allés au repos, donc allons-y rapidement prendre la photo. On va d'abord prendre ceux qui sont assis sur les chaises blanches, et après tout le reste du groupe prendra la photo. So please, all the people on the white chairs with a blue tag, let's go take the picture now. On y va, ouais.
So I know we've had a long morning and afternoon so far. Looking forward to some lunch. So we will try to make this next panel as engaging as possible. So we ask that you all who are going to be participating and listening in or on the panel to make your way back into the auditorium. Whatever they tell me to do, I'll do. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll start calling our esteemed panelists to make their way up to the stage, and then we'll know when everybody's here and we'll be getting ready. I'd like to call Mr. James Coba, the Director of Policy and Planning at the Ministry of Communications, Technology and Innovation, to please come up to the podium. He will be sitting in today for Mr. Mohammed Mumini Jallo, also of the Chief Director at the Ministry. So Mr. James Coba, please make your way to the stage. You can have a seat right there, that's fine. Okay. And now calling on Dr. Dimi Shively or Shively, please correct me, Warowe, the Director of Corporate Planning and Strategy at NITDA and Nigeria. Is it Shively or Shively? Shively. And we heard from her earlier today, Ms. Folake Olagunju, the Director of Digital Economy and Post, ECOWAS Commission. Mr. Benga Sesam, Executive Director, Paradigm Initiative, who will be online. Yes, so can we make sure that he's online, please? Mr. Benga Sesam. Mr. Rodrigue Gigemde, the head of Unit Smart Africa. Did I get the pronunciation right? Sort of, kind of? Yes, so we have an extra chair here for our participant who's online. So maybe we can remove the chair, or I'll move over, but we can remove the chair. How about that? Where are we? Can we remove this chair, please? And then move me closer, just a little bit. I don't know if anybody else is coming in from the outside in the auditorium and in the foyer. Could you please just check and let's make sure we have everyone in here who will be participating in this. We are going to try to keep this panel to 1 hour, as we've been, even 1 hour is too long, we're saying, yes. But we've been here for a long time. I'm sure we can get through this. I'm sure we can get through this in a shorter time than an hour. The idea was also to make it a little bit interactive and give those of you out in the audience the opportunity to perhaps ask 1 or 2 questions, but I don't think we'll be able to get there. Just a reminder again that this high-level plenary is entitled Digital Sovereignty and Economic Value in West Africa's Integrated Digital Market. And we have our esteemed panelists up here, and I'll be asking them a series of questions. The first question will go to everyone, and then we will, I'll split up some of the questions and see how we do with answering them. The aim with each one of the statements or responses will be to provide some sort of, priority, some sort of recommendation, some sort of direction, so that at the end of it, our participants get an overview of where we are going forward in terms of this important topic. So since we do have an online panelist, are we ready with our online panelists, please? Are we ready with our online panelists? Is Benga ready? Benga is not ready. Benga is not online at all. Are we not? Or should I proceed without? Okay, I'll proceed without. If the online participant does come on, somebody will let me know. Okay, so our first question, ladies and gentlemen, this is good. This is, that's what we do. Impromptu, on the fly, Africans are resilient and all that. Okay, so the first question for all of our panelists is what should digital sovereignty mean in practice for West African governments, businesses, citizens, and the like within what we're calling the integrated digital market? And I will start off with our esteemed panelists right at the far end there. Mr. James Coba, you can respond first.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure sitting in for the director from the regulator. So when you talk about digital sovereignty, there is so much that is being said, but I just want to nail this down from my own perspective, that sovereignty doesn't mean isolation. Because in most cases, the moment you say digital sovereignty, or we have to build our own data center, we have to build our own connectivity infrastructure and make sure we have control over what is ours as far as digital asset is concerned. While that is true, but the real objective should be around capacity. You have to have capacity across multiple streams and domains, which includes the infrastructure, but it also includes talent, creativity, innovation, and the will to collaborate across, specifically when you say ECOWAS as a community. In the digital space, as individuals or as individual countries, there is no way you can exist on your own. So while we talk about sovereignty, it shouldn't be with the view of isolating, but rather around capacity, value creation for mutual prosperity across our individual countries and across the community. That's really when we would experience the true meaning of digital sovereignty.
Thank you, Mr. Koba, and I believe that what you just said resonated for Sierra Leoneans, because our big push has been on human capital development. So that's key in what you were saying there. I'm going to move on to our next panelist, Doctor, and we will hear from you on the same question.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Earlier in the day, we've heard so much about this term, digital sovereignty, and all of it, and everyone has made his own contribution, his or her own contribution to it. But from my own perspective, I think digital sovereignty, or any sovereignty at that, is very difficult to attain, regardless of who you are as a nation or as a group, because we all depend on each other to grow, and In the case of digital sovereignty specifically, there is so much that is out there. As earlier discussed here, we can't build walls over ourselves. So, but the digital landscape is such a place that it permeates through countries and through regions. There is no specific divide in the digital ecosystem. So people depend on each other. We tap from those who are proficient in certain areas that we are not. And we also ensure that we make the best use of whatever we have. So in that realm, are we going to be talking about sovereignty in the area of products, or sovereignty in the area of services, or even in the area of policy? If you look at it all around, you find that it's difficult to attain any of these because products are developed elsewhere and used in other places. In same manner, policies can be, can originate from somewhere, you tap it, and then you apply and, ensure that your peculiar circumstances are provided for in that policy to make it work. So, in essence, no one can truly be digitally sovereign because we all depend on each other, and we need to tap each other's experiences and proficiency to be able to make the best use out of your own. That actually looks into the area of innovation, things that are existing, how we can improve on them to address our own peculiar issues. So it's very apt that the West Africa region is coming together and discussing and deliberating on this, how best we can tap available resources, human capital or infrastructure or whatever, to make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel and make the best use and make the best profitability out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We talked now about human capital development. We talked about, no one can do it on its own. And Ms. Falake, so you're coming from the position of the ECOWAS Commission. You've heard from someone on this question from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria, and so now same question for you, but taking all of these perspectives into consideration.
It was a blessing when you can't hear me speak. Thank you very much. I always like to say we need to look at the Commission as a responsible parent. So we've got really good children, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and I want to take Ghana as an example as well, the big sister there in Ghana. So we've got the nice boys and then their sister in Ghana is over there. Why am I using this example? I always like to say it is our role as a responsible parent to ensure that all the children, brothers, sisters, are all playing from the same hymn sheet. So without a doubt, we will put in place the right policies, the legislations, but we cannot take a stick and hit you over the head and say, you must do this. You as again, sticking to my analogy, you as a child has been given the right tools. It is what you make of it that will determine how far you go. Now, Nigeria has got the national identity number. Ghana is doing very well when it comes to data protection. Sierra Leone is doing amazingly well in other areas. Now, as the Commission, what we encourage other members to do that are not at the same place is to look inwards. You don't need to go over the border to the north. Look internally to the global south. We are classed as global south in West Africa, and most of our member countries are actually LDCs, less developing countries. So it's actually important for us to see what has worked in the region, tailored to our own nuances. It's not about the global reality. Sometimes, as Mama Mary said, think globally, act locally, I think was what she said. So that's what we need to do, and that is what we are pushing. But what we also find is that there are some people that have the tools, they're doing quite well, they're very proactive, but then there are other countries that the will is there and the Commission needs to step in to do a little bit more. So this is where the Commission can come in and try and look for additional financial support. We all know that our pockets are not as deep as they used to be. We can come in again and provide technical support as much as we can with our developing partners. But the one thing I really need to say is member states need to realize, as in our countries, need to realize that the Commission does not own any digital assets. We don't own any infrastructure. So the infrastructure actually lies in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Cabo Verde. So now the onus is on all these individual countries to actually say, okay, well, Commission has given us the platform we need for us to interact. Let us actually start to interact and see how we can move that conversation forward. I know Smart Africa is more from a continental perspective, but for us, it is important that we actually take the nuclear family approach, see how West Africa can actually really collaborate in such a coherent manner that when we then need to integrate with either COMESA, SADC or Eastern Africa, it is actually quite seamless. Thank you.
That's a great segue there for me, as you talked about Smart Africa being more in a continental approach. And of course, your name is brilliant, Smart Africa. That's where we should be going. So as you take into consideration the statements that have just been made, I will pose the same question to you about what should digital sovereignty mean in West Africa for West African governments, businesses, and citizens within an integrated digital market. Same question for you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would like, first of all, of course, to thank you to invite us on this panel. Emmanuel just asked me during my first speech to speak in French. I think that some people need to hear some French. Maybe I can switch on French.
Yes, that's fine.
And try, and if you want me to come back in English after, of course I can come back.
You'll come back for me so that a little bit, so that I'm not off when I'm moving to my next question.
Exactly, that's why I want to.
But the interpreters are here, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc, je disais tantôt que je remerciais un peu de nous avoir invités sur ce panel. Et pour cette discussion qui est extrêmement importante, parlant de la souveraineté et justement de la création de valeur au niveau régional, ça c'est quelque chose de vraiment important. Donc, je viens avec une définition qui vient un peu à la suite de ce que mes prédécesseurs ont dit. Je pense qu'ils ont très bien expliqué ce que c'est que la souveraineté et la création de valeur, que ce soit au niveau national, régional ou continental. Alors, pour ce qui nous concerne au niveau de Smart Africa, of course, nous savons que la souveraineté, c'est justement la capacité d'un pays, d'un État, d'un gouvernement à pouvoir se prendre en charge. Ça, c'est la première chose. C'est très important, que ce soit au niveau de la chaîne de valeur, c'est-à-dire au niveau du renforcement de capacité, au niveau de la gestion et de la maîtrise même de son économie, au niveau de la maîtrise des investissements qu'il fait, au niveau de la croissance qu'il peut mettre en œuvre. C'est quelque chose vraiment pour lequel on voudrait qu'il y ait une certaine capacité. Maintenant, cela ne veut pas dire isolation. Je pense que le premier intervenant l'a dit. Dire que nous voulons être souverains, ça ne veut pas dire qu'on veut s'isoler du reste du monde. Aujourd'hui, on est dans la mondialisation, la globalisation. Nous n'avons pas le choix que d'aller vers de la collaboration. Collaboration au niveau régional ou continental. Alors déjà, je pense que Madame Folake, au niveau de ECOWAS, en a déjà parlé. Au niveau régional, ce qu'ils font déjà, c'est extrêmement important. Et nous, au niveau de Smart Africa, nous avons une perspective beaucoup plus continentale. Et pour cela, nous appelons justement à ce que, au niveau national, quand il y a de la collaboration entre les gouvernements au niveau régional, que nous puissions également aller vers des partages d'expériences qui puissent permettre justement aux économies nationales et locales de partir vers des opportunités qui sont beaucoup plus larges. C'est vrai qu'au niveau régional, il y a des opportunités, mais aller au niveau continental, c'est encore plus intéressant pour créer de la chaîne de valeur. Donc, cette capacité à ne pas s'isoler, à aller vers des opportunités et à s'ouvrir au reste du monde, pour nous, c'est ça vraiment la souveraineté, et d'aller négocier quelque chose vraiment de win-win. C'est vraiment ça qui permet à un État de s'imposer en tant qu'État souverain. Maintenant, venant au niveau du numérique, c'est vrai qu'on va beaucoup plus parler d'investissement, investissement au niveau des infrastructures, investissement au niveau de la connaissance, investissement au niveau de la création de la valeur au niveau de la chaîne, mais il est quand même important de pouvoir s'ouvrir et d'aller vers les opportunités. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais dire au niveau de la perspective de Smart Africa, et dire que Smart Africa a aujourd'hui un certain nombre de projets sur lesquels il travaille pour justement faciliter cette collaboration, cette mise en relation et cette création de valeur. Voilà, donc je vais me donner quelques secondes pour aider notre modérateur.
So I got the translation.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's fine.
Yes.
So I don't need to translate again. Eh?
So
Okay.
just a little summary, two words or a sentence summary, something which you made earlier in your opening remarks, which is that sovereignty does not mean isolation, and collaboration is basically is the way that we have to go forward. So I think that's been made clear, even from all of the rest of our panelists here today, that although there's a recognition about the fact that the sovereignty needs to be protected, it does not mean that we all intend to go it alone or even can go it alone. I've been told that Mr. Benga Sessan is online. And if he is, we'll go straight to him now, and he will also have the opportunity to respond to this first question. Mr. Benga Sessan.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Merci.
Yes, we've been giving all of our panelists the opportunity to respond to the first question, which is, what should digital sovereignty mean in practice for West African governments, businesses, and citizens within an integrated digital market? So go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I think it will mean three things. First, we've talked about an integrated market, and I think it's high time we started taking advantage of integration opportunities on the continent. I know I'm speaking about West Africa right now, but just to expand the conversation a bit, to say that it is an irony that we've, so within ECOWAS, that is not a problem. You've got free movement, and increasingly, you have free trade of services, and we need to begin to see that in our digital services. One of the challenges that we have at the moment is that we have a lot of digital opportunities that are inspired and built by people within the West African sub-region, but that look to other regions and other markets, either for funding or for additional opportunities, because of either policy inconsistency or lack of access to the market. So I think that we need to play the long game. Yes, we need to play the long game on policy, but we also need to make sure that right now we're taking advantage of our numbers, of the region, of the fact that we are a young continent. It is not every continent in the world that is growing younger and has the number of young people that we have. I do not want to talk a lot about, some of the challenges within the Sahel, which is, close within also our region, but we have a unique opportunity to move. And I did hear during the opening ceremony, at least two speakers speak about this, to move from a consuming population to a productive population. One of the immediate recommendations that I make, and this, by the way, is particularly to regulators, is that in West Africa, can we please move away from regulation fighting innovation? I say this as someone who has been in the sector for a bit. And when I say a bit, I mean, more than a bit. And what I've seen many times is that when some regulators do not understand new innovation, they begin to either attack it or fight it. And then that innovation then becomes acceptable in another region and succeeds. And then we now want to lay claim to it that, oh, it's an African innovation. I think that one of the biggest opportunities we have right now is when regulators reach out deliberately to younger people who are doing startups and to innovators and say to them, let's understand what you're doing so we can support you. In some of the countries where Paradigm Initiative works, we have, government policy that one of the very funny examples we saw was when a government announced that they were going to ban cryptocurrency. And we said to them, you're making a wrong move, because what you're doing is that you will chase the innovators in this sector into other markets. So to regulators and to all of us in West Africa, we need to take advantage of our numbers, and we need to maximize the opportunities by making sure that we use regulation to support innovation. And that is one. And the second thing that I think is very important is we actually, our Paradigm Initiative just released a report on digital rights across the African continent, looking at 29 countries. And I can tell you that when you look at the basic details of that report and you look at the performance of West African countries, There are a few, so how we grade, and what we do is we look at 12 indices, and these 12 indices, from internet shutdowns to affordable access to sedition legislation to data protection to AI and emerging technologies, we basically put all those numbers together, and then we have what we call the score index to put numbers to the score of each country. And when you look at the top 10 countries across the continent, and I can tell you the top 10 countries, based on their score. South Africa returns at number 1, Ghana at number 2, then Namibia, Egypt, then Senegal, Kenya, Zambia, Malawi, Rwanda, Botswana at number 10, tying with Lesotho and Nigeria, the Gambia at number 11, Tunisia, Zimbabwe, Benin, Sierra Leone at number 17, Cote d'Ivoire at number 18, Togo at number 22, and when you look at all of those numbers, what it tells you is that in our region, we need to begin to pay attention, not just to talking about digital ecosystems or talking about digital transformation. We also need to begin to create the environment that supports innovation. I work in digital rights, and we know for a fact that environments that support human rights online, that support digital rights, also create a very conducive environment for innovation, because young people don't have to look over their shoulders and wonder what's going on. They can get busy, get cracking, get innovative. And we need to see a lot of shift in this particular area across our continent. When you look at the numbers, it's not looking very good. In fact, Togo had
get the numbers, and then we'll have to get you to wrap up real quick.
I was going to wrap up on the numbers. I just wanted to mention that one of, the lowest score in the region was 28, that's Togo, and the highest in the region was 43, that's Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benga, and I do appreciate your being able to join in, because that was very good, and we talking a lot about the regulation and regulation wars, or lack of trying to move focus away from the regulation wars. And so with that's going to lead me to you, Ms. Folake, because if we look at the issues which should be addressed nationally and which require this coordinated action through ECOWAS and other aligned continental issues, which ones would you highlight are best addressed through these mechanisms?
Okay, sorry. That's an interesting question. I will attempt to answer it in a convoluted manner. Going back to the data that Benga just churned out, I think it really should not be about trying to assess the readiness of the environment. Because the more we do that, the more we continue to regulate, the more we continue to bring in new policies, and then the powers that be don't do anything with those policies. Perhaps we need to change the narrative and say, well, let us do a tabulation of, based on what we have today, what is the economic value that is being generated on the little enabling environment we actually have in place. And I think once the powers that be see those numbers, there will be a change in the mindset. Not to take us back to the COVID era, it seems like many moons ago, we all went online very quickly. And then, security was an afterthought. But I think once our governments saw the importance of that, they started digitizing. Now, once our governments see the importance of economic value, we don't have to preach to the converted again, like the Honorable Minister said. Our narrative is still boots on ground. We're still looking at peace and security. We're still looking at prosperity. Yes, these things matter, but can we put numbers to say, look, this is how economic value can actually affect peace and security? Because that's the language our powers that be understand. We don't have, how safe is the forum here? Well, I'm going to say it anyway. Some of our powers that be are not the youngest people, so we have to speak the language they understand. Now, again, with all sense of humility, the Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone is a digital native. You do not have to preach to her. The Honorable Minister from Ghana has been in the IGF ecosystem and the African Internet Governance System for so long. So he gets the stories. So I think it's using countries like this and say, look, this is what we have. We have the laws, we have the policies at the regional level. Operationalization is where the issue is. And we are trying our best to actually get member countries to operationalize. So now it's actually a case of using the countries that have actually operationalized and show others how it's done.
And I like that. Operationalization is the way to go. So I'm going to try to, at this point, not have every single panelist answer every single question because we're of the time. But we'll move through depending as the questions elicit. So we've just talked about operationalization now. So I'm going to go over to Dr. Shaimi, and I want to ask about safeguards for citizens so they can trust digital services, platforms, these new AI-enabled systems, and these cross-border digital markets. What kind of safeguards are required for that trust to take place?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. We all do understand that the digital economy and digital depend. Sorry. Hello? Yes, okay, so the digital ecosystem depends critically on trust, because if you are in a certain environment, and I'm sure most of us have had experiences where the first adopters of digital systems will understand that the system is somehow in the developing stage. And when you send, for instance, you subscribe to a particular purchase, and then find that whatever you get out of it is not really what you asked for. And what you paid for is not what you get. If that happens, it's diminishes or it wanes the interest or trust anybody will have on it. And these things are common amongst us. So how can we truly address the issue of trust? Because the internet and services on the internet are so open, can come on it, and then that person can seem to sell his own products and all that. But most times, there is lack of that identification of who. So digital identity is a critical component that will enhance where?
There you go.
Digital trust can be enhanced by either the regulators, and I remember an application of this in Nigeria in my agency in NIDA, where we came up with a process whereby the digital identity of those who provide products online are certified and identified in the background by the agency. And the agency now starts as a mediator between that and that. We call it the digital trust mark. And with that, we put that together with the commerce and industry, what do they call it? National commerce and it's a conglomerate.
The Nigerians in the audience should help you out with that one.
So it's a conglomerate of all private sector operators. Okay. So with this is that once you provide a product, that product has to have that mark. If it has that mark, that trust mark, anybody anywhere else can believe that that product is from a genuine and reliable source. If there are any issues or challenges on that, then the agency stands in between the product provider and the purchaser to resolve arising issues like that. So if such issues are applied over the region, then people will begin to get trust. And trust is the underlying factor, critical factor in digital
Okay.
purchases. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So you've come from, we'll take it from that strategy and policy standpoint in answering that question. And I'm going to take this opportunity to send the same question over to you, Rodrigo, in terms of safeguards for citizens in order for them to trust digital services, platforms, and these systems across these cross-border digital markets.
Yes, thank you very much. If you allow me, I switch in French again, or I can continue in English. Okay.
Yeah, do French. It's fine.
French, okay. So, merci beaucoup. Donc, en tout cas, merci pour cette question. C'est extrêmement important parce que quand on parle de transformation numérique, la question de la confiance, c'est extrêmement important dans les services qu'on délivre. Parce que sans confiance, on ne peut pas amener les gens à adopter et à basculer sur l'utilisation des services et des produits et services. Alors, donc, pour justement donner cet environnement de confiance aux citoyens pour l'utilisation de ces services, il y a un certain nombre de bases en termes de sécurité qu'il faut mettre en place. Ça, c'est extrêmement important. Donc, cette base au niveau de la sécurité, elle va se faire à plusieurs niveaux. Que ce soit au niveau des infrastructures, que ce soit au niveau même des applications, que ce soit au niveau de la sensibilisation, en ce moment je parle de renforcement de capacité, ou que ce soit au niveau de la réglementation, du cadre réglementaire. Le cadre réglementaire, il est important. C'est vrai qu'il n'est pas suffisant. On a vu dans le passé en Afrique, on a vu tellement de lois, on a tellement vu de documents qui ont été ratifiés, mais malheureusement, ça n'a pas résolu tous les problèmes. Mais ça contribue à renforcer, à créer un environnement favorable pour mettre en place tout ça. Donc, je voulais tout de suite même prendre au niveau continental la Convention de Malabo qui avait été ratifiée déjà par un certain nombre d'États qui ont mis en œuvre certaines recommandations de la Convention de Malabo, mais malheureusement, dans la mise en œuvre justement concrète et pratique, comme quelqu'un le disait tout de suite, il faut passer de la théorie à la pratique pour avoir du concret, mais je vous dis que ce n'est pas toujours chose aisée. Par exemple, quand vous prenez au niveau de la Convention de Malabo, il y a un certain nombre de recommandations qui touchent au niveau des infrastructures, des socs qu'il faut mettre en place au niveau des États. Nous avons un exemple que personnellement j'ai suivi au niveau du Burkina, où il y a eu la mise en place d'un SOC à l'époque, mais malheureusement pour l'opérationnalisation du SOC, il y a un certain nombre de prérequis qui manquaient en termes de cadre réglementaire. Donc je prends l'exemple juste pour vous dire que les deux sont complémentaires et que l'un ne peut pas fonctionner sans l'autre. Donc j'ai parlé du cadre réglementaire. Au niveau infrastructure, il y a un certain nombre d'environnements qu'il faut mettre en place, mais pour cette adoption des services par les utilisateurs, il y a un élément qui est fondamental, c'est la question de l'usage. Parce qu'il faut reconnaître, en fait, c'est un peu comme un basculement. Nous passons de certaines habitudes vers d'autres habitudes. Alors que, comme on dit, tout changement, l'homme est au centre de tout. L'être humain est au centre de tout. Donc, tout ce que nous voulons faire comme changement, il faut que vous puissiez voir dans quelle mesure vous pouvez mettre toutes les mesures en place pour que l'être humain puisse s'adapter et basculer vers ce changement. Et c'est pour ça que la question du capital humain est très, très, très importante. Donc, la dernière fois que j'étais sur Internet, je suis tombé sur une stratégie de ECOWAS sur le renforcement de capacité. Je ne me rappelle plus très bien c'est de quelle période à telle période. C'était 2022-2026, en tout cas la période de la stratégie. Mais c'est un document qui est extrêmement important où j'ai retrouvé beaucoup de choses intéressantes qui nous permettent justement de voir comment est-ce qu'on peut aider les citoyens sur les usages à travers certaines actions de sensibilisation, de renforcement de capacité. Et ça, c'est beaucoup, ce que je suis en train de dire sur le renforcement de capacité, l'actualité du moment au niveau de l'écosystème vient nous le confirmer avec l'avènement de l'intelligence artificielle. Quand j'écoute certains discours, on me dit l'intelligence artificielle, nous sommes en train de, j'entends souvent on dit, nous sommes en train d'aller vers l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle. Non, nous sommes déjà dans l'intelligence artificielle, nous y sommes, même dans nos usages, dans tout ce que nous faisons. C'est pour ça qu'il faut accélérer un peu toutes les actions de renforcement de capacité, de sensibilisation et faciliter à toutes les parties prenantes de jouer leur rôle. Et donc, je voudrais en même temps annoncer ici que, par exemple, Smart Africa, dans le cadre du soutien à au niveau du YGF, YGF 2026, nous avons initié une séance de renforcement de capacité qui aura lieu demain au profit des parlementaires. Au profit des parlementaires pour leur permettre justement d'avoir les BABA sur l'intelligence artificielle. Comment est-ce qu'ils peuvent comprendre pour légiférer? Parce que les parlementaires aujourd'hui, peut-être certains sont dans la salle, voilà, certains sont dans la salle, je les vois, c'est eux qui légifèrent, c'est eux qui prennent certaines décisions. Ils sont au centre de certaines décisions. Donc, tant que ces parties prenantes clés ne sont pas sensibilisées sur ces questions, on peut se retrouver avec des décisions qui peuvent ne pas refléter justement la réalité et prendre en compte toutes les considérations. Donc, cette session aura lieu demain et je pense que ça va permettre justement à ces parlementaires de pouvoir prendre le dessus sur ces choses et aller au niveau de leur pays aussi, répliquer ça au niveau de leurs collègues. Voilà, donc sur la question des usages, je retiens 3 choses. Pour finir, Madame la modératrice, pour finir, je retiens 3 choses.
Yes.
Il y a la question de la maîtrise du cadre réglementaire qui est intimement liée au renforcement de l'écosystème. Donc renforcer l'écosystème à travers justement tout ce qui est infrastructure et tout ce qui suit, et la question du renforcement de capacité. Ça, c'est extrêmement important pour faciliter les usages et l'appropriation par le citoyen des différentes plateformes et tous les usages qu'il y a autour. Voilà, merci.
Thank you, thank you. So our safeguards, infrastructure regulation, capacity building, which really is about knowledge and training. So all of those safeguards which will ensure that our populations are better able to both safeguard and use the new technologies going forward. Mr. Koba, for you, I have the question of how the region can retain more value through jobs, the innovation ecosystems, the public digital infrastructure, tax fairness, and local entrepreneurship. And you can have that distilled within the Sierra Leonean context to make more sense for us.
Thank you very much. That's a lot.
It is. So you can piece it, but basically, we're talking about retaining value for our jobs. You get it.
That's okay.
Pick the part that makes most sense.
So generally in ECOWAS, sometimes when I speak, I would say this is James. So this is James as a tech enthusiast that is in public policy. So there are several sides to the question you ask. But then I want to use some practical things we face every day to kind of like speak to what I'm saying. So we live in West Africa. In our individual countries, there is mobile money everywhere, and that is making life easy for us, right? But then if you want to buy stuff as a Sierra Leonean in Nigeria, you would actually have to do 2 things. One of 2 things. Or maybe 3. One will be you either use the Western debit or credit card technology to do direct payment, or you would use an existing informal agent. You pass the money through that person that has somebody somewhere that could receive it and have the burden to go and pay for you, or you do direct bank transfer. But does that really make sense? No, it doesn't, and here is why. We have the largest distribution in terms of mobile money users on the continent. We have at least 250 million people. Do we have innovators? Yes, we do. There are technologies that have emerged in the fintech ecosystem that are unicorns within our community. Do you think we cannot solve the problems we want to solve? And what happens, I know of practical examples in Sierra Leone that when you want to prosper as a tech, before now, right, that is fast changing. You say, okay, you have to go to Nigeria because there is space here, you prosper. But you also see Nigerian businesses kicking out of Nigeria, going somewhere. So the question is, what should we do as individual countries in the uniqueness of our situations and as a community? So let me speak to the what. That would go to say, firstly, we have to have common values, principles, and practical things we can agree on. I've been around ECOWAS since 2012, right? we have a lot of documents, not by reason of the Commission's limitation. They can only do as much as they could do to put together this instrument, but it's left with countries to actually domesticate in the context and realities in which they live, right? So, which now means either bilaterally, I mean country to country, there are countries doing well in some things, build a relationship and latch on efforts that could be of value locally, and possibly you can extend that. Yes, the traditional, you work on strategies, policies, and all of those things, that is great. But where I see us retaining talent would actually be us identifying practical problems that are common to every one of us that we could collectively work on and help our community become much more integrated. I give you another example. When you go to our countries, you will see ECOWAS passport. But is it truly ECOWAS? Yeah. Yes, I agree. Yes, is it truly ECOWAS? Yes, because we are in ECOWAS. Are there things we could do to enhance and minimize the struggle within our community when it comes to travel? I'm just being practical, right? So these are common problems that are cutting across. So what am I saying? I'm practically saying that there are problems we can solve as individual countries, but there are problems we have to approach as a community. Our startups, I also come from the startup space, long time. Our startups struggle over things they should not be struggling. The concept or principle of DPI, right, speaks to foundational things we have to work on and help our startups to thrive. If I have to focus on building a commerce platform, I shouldn't be struggling with dealing with things that have to do with payment. I shouldn't be struggling with dealing with things that have to do with identity, authentication, and related. I shouldn't be struggling with integrated systems because you have to pull data from different systems. When those foundations are in place, you can latch any form of innovation on top of that and not only create local value within your country, but that can spread like wildfire. So for us to be able to retain knowledge, there are foundational things that we have to do practically to help us develop as a community.
So local and community, you need to, the ECOWAS Commission rep needs to say something. Go ahead, Polaki.
I completely agree with you, James. And, you know, James is one of those really proactive people. We have seen the bilateral approach work really well when we talk about regional roaming in West Africa. So now if you have a Ghanaian SIM, you can roam based on ECOWAS regulation in Benin, in Togo, in Cote d'Ivoire. So yes, it does work. What I really want to just hold James to is, we are doing what we need to do, but member states are not doing enough. So even when you talk about foundational IDs, there are countries that already have the foundational IDs. So it's not that it doesn't exist, but as individual countries, we need to start holding ourselves accountable. There needs to be that sense of ownership. There needs to be that spirit of camaraderie. It does not exist. That more needs to be done. And I think really ECOWAS can bring the laws, we can bring the interoperability standards, we can, you know, build the resilience ecosystems, we can help you identify your critical infrastructure, we can bring all that to the table. But at the end of the day, member states are the table.
So we're still sitting at our individual tables, you're saying. Mr. Benga, I don't know if you're online for us to bring you in for a question. If you're not, we will.
I am.
You are. Oh, fantastic. Good. You can start us off on this. I think will be our last round here, which is now as we're moving into other plenaries and then the end of the day and into tomorrow. What practical commitments or we call them cooperation channels can be advanced after this conference, perhaps on the back of this conference, perhaps, you know, utilizing things that are said or learned within this context, but even maybe beforehand. But what are we looking at for cooperation post this conference 2026? Benga, for you.
All right, thank you so much. So I wanted to quickly speak to a question, something that I believe is fundamental that, Falaka mentioned earlier in terms of the numbers for governments. I will say this without blinking. Governments that will listen. Governments that won't listen don't care about the numbers. We have done the work of sharing numbers with governments. I mean, we lost $1.1 billion last year to internet shutdowns. And specific countries like Togo lost $23 million. Now, that's money that you don't have, $238 million, not in the region, but to Tanzania. So my worry, and I think this ties to the last point she made about the states, the member states need to take action. And I think one thing we need to do going from here is to put a lot more pressure within our respective countries and tell government, remind them of three things. Number one, there are obligations, including human rights obligations, including security, including, the economy and things like that. Number two, there are promises they made that we did not force them to make. Any government that has talked about a digital economic plan or digital economic strategy is bound by that strategy to implement it. It is a shame when you look at the numbers of unemployment in countries that have digital access and should be taking advantage of it. There is no reason whatsoever why the entire coast across West Africa should not be a desired place for people to relocate to for nomad visas. But rather, young people will want to go all the way, to Europe because, unfortunately, the policies and the numbers don't matter. So there are obligations, number one. Number two, there are promises. And I think the thought, which may even be the most important, is this cooperation of a thing. If we're going to cooperate, then let's do it and let's take it seriously. I think it's very embarrassing that it is easier at times for a foreigner to get into West Africa or cross West African borders than a West African moving into a West African nation. There are West African countries that reject the ECOWAS passport. How do you say that? How do you, as a member of the ECOWAS, reject the ECOWAS passport because you say that it takes you more time to process the data than some of the countries' biometric passports? So I think that if we want to be serious, when we live here, we need to put our governments under more pressure. We need to work together, civil society, private sector, academia, government. But there are three areas that are clear. There are obligations that must be met, there are promises that must be fulfilled, and there is a cooperation that we need to stop mouthing. We need to start acting about cooperation.
Thank you, Benga. Thank you. I've been given the signal to wrap up, so I'm going to allow everyone here a quick, just 30 seconds wrap up. 30 seconds, not even 1 minute. Ready we get 30 seconds for you. Not even 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, it's for me. Yes, thank you very much. And donc je reviens en français, comme on m'a dit de continuer en français pour toute la session. Donc merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on a écouté tout à l'heure l'intervenant en ligne, il a parlé de quelque chose d'extrêmement important, le fait que les gouvernements doivent appliquer les résolutions et les normes en fait qui sont décidées au niveau régional, au niveau continental. Je pense qu'à Smart Africa, nous on essaie en tout cas de s'efforcer à continuer à harmoniser les politiques, parce que c'est ça notre essence, continuer à harmoniser les politiques pour atteindre le slogan qui est the creation of single digital market. This is very important, and continue to push the government to adopt that. So beyond this principle, I just want, if you can give me more 30 seconds, just how we go quick. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je voudrais juste dire qu'au-delà en fait de ces normes et des principes que nous poussons, que nous essayons de pousser, il y a trois choses en fait que je voudrais que nous puissions prendre en compte comme takeaway et recommandations pour la suite. C'est vraiment, dans un premier temps, de pousser les États à réduire les coûts et améliorer la qualité de la connectivité. Je pense que ce matin, dans le speech qu'on a dit, la connectivité pour créer la connectivité est essentielle pour la création de la valeur. Voilà, une bonne connectivité, c'est important, il faut investir, c'est vrai, au-delà des lois et des règles. Vous avez également au-delà du développement de ces infrastructures, il faut soutenir justement les entrepreneurs, les PME, à aller vers des solutions digitales, l'innovation surtout, pour impacter. Et enfin, ok, continue, ok. Voilà, donc, et enfin, vous aviez justement un élément qui est central, je reviens là-dessus, je l'avais dit dans mes précédents propos, c'est la question du renforcement de compétences. Donc, le capacity building, c'est quelque chose d'essentiel. Je voudrais que vraiment on puisse insister sur ça, sur les différentes takeaways que nous faisons. Ce n'est pas des actions qui sont déjà faites. Nous sommes même là aujourd'hui. Bon, il y a des choses qui sont déjà passées à le WASIG et tout ça, mais je pense qu'il faut insister là-dessus et continuer à pousser pour que nous puissions avoir cette adoption de bottom-up et vraiment atteindre l'objectif qui est la création de la valeur au niveau africain, create the value on the single digital market. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez Guy Gemde? No, but I need you to help me with this correct pronunciation of the... No, say it now.
Gigemde.
Gigemde.
In my local language, it means lion.
And you're here in the country of the Lion Mountain.
Exactly.
All right. I'm going to go straight to you, Falake, for your 30-second wrap-up.
You gave Rodriguez a minute and a half. Okay, well, I speak quickly, so mine will be 30 seconds. Regionally, our role continues to be normative, facilitative, and catalytic. We agree everything with member states, but member states need to own and domesticate at the national level. We're encouraging our member states to please walk the talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you see, the woman always gets it right, eh? Doc, over for you. Yeah, it's 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. We've discussed this quite a lot now, and the critical question here is the implementation of the treaties and all that ECOWAS has brought to states. Well, you know that we're all at different levels of technological development, and for countries to be able to do that, we should be able to provide statistics or data on the value of digital economy as achieved by other nations, so that that value will propel the specific nations to see value in it and be able to adopt to it, because the ECOWAS treaties are not mandatory, so you can't coerce them to do it, but if you, some of them, okay. So
sign up to it.
Then why aren't they being enforced?
Well, I mean,
Okay.
that's the question that Folake is putting to all the member states. Why aren't they being enforced?
Okay, so again, please do not quote me. I want to keep my job. Sorry? Thank you. We go to these forums and we agree in principle. But sometimes the people that sit in the room don't have the powers to go back to base to actually ensure it happens. Rodrigo was talking about the Malabo Convention. It took 14 years to get the minimum number of countries to sign up to it. So now it's been signed onto, it's been ratified, but we can't talk about implementation because no one's implemented it. Now, we're very quick to sign on to the international conventions, the Budapest Conventions, the Hanoi Conventions, and we always ask ourselves why. And I think fundamentally, one thing I have seen is with the Budapest Convention, and probably will happen with the Hanoi Convention, is that our development partners throw capacity with it. We don't have deep enough pockets in Africa to actually, give that additional support to our treaties, our mandates, etc. Which is why I keep saying you have to have those national conversations that will actually allow us to look internally. I mean, this is something we could go on and just talk and talk and talk. But what I wanted to quickly just say is that regionally there is something called the ECOWAS Digital Observatory. We have started to gather statistics. And we don't want to use it as a name and shame, but it will be an opportunity for member countries to at least see the stats that are out there for their individual countries. And the statistics are not from the air, it's actually member states providing that data. Thank you.
Thank you. If we were somewhere else, Doc, you would be able to say at this point, reclaiming my time. So if you wish to reclaim a little bit of your time, I'll allow you to do that before we go finally to James.
Yes. So finally, as I was saying, of course, the tail end of our intervention also took the line I was taking, that if we have statistics that is compelling, that is out there, and fellow West African nations are doing well, they can, if there is economic value that is shown clearly, then countries can be pointed to that look, because of adhering to this convention or the other one, this country is going this way. And that can be like a benchmark for others to follow. With that, we should be able to key into this and benefit.
Thank you so much, Doc. Please put your hands together for Dr. Dimi Shively Waraway. Thank you so much. Now that leaves you, Mr. James Cover, at the end for your. Yours is going to be 20-minute wrap up, 20-second wrap up.
So the thing is, I'm the host, and I think I have the privilege of closing as the host before the. But on a much more serious note, my final statement will be to the public policy people, and here is why. When we write statements or speeches or talking notes for our authorities, there is one thing that has been very common. We begin to quote statistics. One of such is, for every 10% increase in broadband, there's a corresponding 1.3% increase in GDP. It sounds very interesting, but have you ever taken time to investigate that? I have been in forums where I've had some conversations with development partners. I said that part of the question you have to answer. And for us to be able to answer those questions is when we stimulate an ecosystem of innovative entrepreneurship. Meaning our local ecosystem creates digital values around our daily lives such that they depend on it and use it. And whilst they are using it, it inherently transforms the economy. Facebook, by no means of being a different person, and all these other platforms, small, there is the excitement part, but then the true value that is retained to transform our daily lives and our economies, it's not there, because those are not really the things that we deal with day to day. So if you digitalize the sectors that influence your economy and people interact with them, then that statement of 10% increase in broadband because there's access and people have the digital capacity and the will to go digital, then you will see massive uptake because there's value, and we have spoken about trust. There is trust, people will be able to use it. In conclusion, what I would say is, as a community, because I'm a community citizen and a community-oriented person, director from ECOWAS, Madam Folake, just mentioned around countries having foundational ID. It means we have the civil register. What is stopping us in collaborating and making sure our civil registers can at least talk so that we make it easy for our people to move? I spoke about mobile money. What is stopping us to build the midware layer technology that would ensure all our mobile money platforms can integrate so that I can sit here and buy stuff from Nigeria on my mobile money is dropped here? Let's think about these practical things so that we'll have an integrated community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our panelists. Please give them all a round of applause. You were a lot more animated than I expected you to be, given the length of the day, and we haven't had lunch yet. But speaking of which, thank you so much. Again, round of applause for our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to lunch now. If you have a blue band on, I've been instructed that you go downstairs where the lunch will be served. If you have a purple band on, the food stalls, which are in the courtyard outside. So if you have a blue band, lunch is downstairs. And if you have a purple band, your lunch is in the courtyard. Thank you so much. Hello, hello, hello. Panelists, please, 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 just come right here. We're going to take a picture. Panelists, before you disappear, all of you, real quick. I'm so sorry. Where are the Folake? Please, we're going to take a picture. Just you can do right here. James, Rodrigo, please. Dr. Shively, let's come and do a quick group picture up here, please. Come up, come up, come up. Yes. Folake, please. Yes. Benga, I don't know if you're still online. You could maybe show your picture so you could take a picture of him in the background. Is he online? He's gone?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back.
Good afternoon.
Can we actually move to the front? Don't worry, we are not having our whistle bounce anymore. Let's just. So before we officially begin, let me quickly check if we have our panelists that will join us online. Are they connected, please? Okay, thank you very much. So welcome to this second plenary dedicated to platform accountability, economic justice, and human capacity development. For our francophones, I don't know whether we have the interpretation on. Interpretation, are we on? Good. So over the past decade, digital platforms have become central infrastructure shaping our economy, democratic spaces, labor markets, information ecosystems, and increasingly our social realities across West Africa. Yet while digital adoption continues to accelerate, many of our countries still face important questions related to economic value capture, accountability, taxation, online harms, consumer protection, institutional readiness, and regional coordination. So this session is therefore not only about identifying the challenges, it's about examining practical governance pathways capable of strengthening public interest outcome while preserving innovation, openness, and inclusion within our regional digital transformation agenda. So this session, today's discussion will bring together voices from policy, law, parliament, industry, and civil society to pass collectively reflect on what responsible and balanced platform governance should look like from West African perspective. So allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. I think most of them are in the room. So the first person is an entrepreneur and economist, Dr. Yakama Manti Jones. Please join me. Our second panelist, I think she has been the most popular person since Monday from the school. Please come this way. Her name is Dr. Priti Tega Edema. She's a legal scholar, a lecturer, expert on technology governance and digital rights. Welcome, Dr. Priti. Our third panelist is Honorable Aliu Alijanatu Epuz Arikwa, Member of Parliament from Benin. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Printila Boa Gay, representing one of the world's leading digital platforms and long-standing engagement with African institutions. She's coming from Google. Can we check whether Dr. Priscilla is online? She just sent an email that she's joining. So we think we'll start. They will join us very soon. And join us online also, Mr. Benga Session, Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. Is Mr. Benga online? Good. We will maintain the current panelists, but the conversation will be very, very interactive because it's a very, very hot topic. When we call all the platforms to join us, I will not mention names, all of them said, we want to listen to you. So we'll have that listening, and we hope they will listen to us and take it into consideration. So to start, I will allow my panelists to present themselves. I did it, but I think they will do it better. So I will start with Dr. Jones.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here after such a nice lunch. Dr. Yakama Manti Jones. I'm a senior consultant providing delivery advisory to the Center of Government, and I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm glad to be here.
You're welcome. She deserves an applause. Come on. I will allow our next panelist, Dr. Preeti Tega Edema.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Preeti Tega Edema. Okay, so we could say I am a lawyer and I'm also a lecturer. I run a firm, the PLPG law firm. It's a technology law practice-based firm. Runs virtually, but mostly based in Delta State. I also, as an offshoot of my firm, have an education outfit that is focused on data privacy and issues arising from technology law. And then I'm about to start a program or a project that has to do with child online safety or children online safety. So basically a privacy online safety technology club, a university-based club that is focused on educating young persons about technology, how they can better use it, and then how they could position themselves to prevent the harms that are inherent in online platforms and the many technology applications that they use these days. So yeah, and I am a very proud fellow of the West African School of Internet Governance.
Thank you very much.
Proud.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tega. Donc, nous allons switcher en français for those who don't have their headsets. Honorable Ali Janatu will be doing her intervention in French. I encourage you to take your headset, interpretation equipment. Please provide it in the room so that the participants can actually listen to our panelists. Donc, honorable, nous allons commencer par les présentations. Donc, vous avez la parole.
Bon après-midi, bonsoir, messieurs, mesdames. Je suis honoré de participer à cette haute communication sur le sujet. Je suis Alijana Toussaliou Arepa. Alors, j'en profite pour corriger mon nom. C'est Saliou Alijanatou Arepa. Saliou Arepa Alijanatou. Je suis fonctionnaire des Nations Unies à la retraite et je suis actuellement députée à l'Assemblée nationale du Bénin. Je suis la coordinatrice du réseau des parlementaires pour le numérique et l'identification des personnes. Je suis également le deuxième rapporteur de la commission des affaires étrangères et de la sécurité nationale. Heureuse d'être parmi vous cet après-midi. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Now we go back to our online panelists. We'll start with Ms. Priscilla Boa-Gay, representing Google. Can Ms. Priscilla hear us? Dropped. So we take the next on the line, Mr. Benga Session, while we try to get Mr. Priscilla back. Mr. Benga, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Benga Chasson is the name. I work with Paradigm Initiative, joining you virtually from Lagos, Nigeria today, and it's great to be here. Our work is focused on digital rights and inclusion, so this topic is of utmost importance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll start from economic and policy point of view. I will throw my first question to Dr. Yakama Manti Jones. Across West Africa today, digital platforms are increasingly shaping commerce. They are shaping labor markets. They are also creating economic of entrepreneurship ecosystems. Yet many countries continue to struggle with limited domestic value retention, despite growing digital consumption. So from an economic point of view or economic policy perspective, what practical mechanisms should African governments prioritize to strengthen local value creation and also support innovation ecosystem to ensure that these platforms that we are actually mentioning can directly contribute into our economic development?
Thank
it's quite
you.
long, right?
It's full, but I really love how you presented it. Because as an economist, currently on secondment from my role as Director of Research and Delivery in the Ministry of Finance. So whenever I see opportunities to talk about this, I really get excited, you see. I have notes, been taking notes, like I should not forget to share anything. Because the critical thing here is beyond just what we're talking about in terms of platforms. Platforms are part of the broader economy. And you see a lot of African countries talking about economic diversification and with global trends, reduction in official development assistance. So the key thing here is how our economies can really look at how they can mobilize resources in country to drive our economic development. And the people are our greatest assets. We're a young country. In fact, we're the youngest continent. So how do we really leverage our demographic dividend? So when I have opportunities to see how we can look at one of the avenues with our creatives, I'm always passionate about that. So coming back to your question, you've really articulated on how platforms have really changed the landscape in terms of commerce, labor markets, and so on. So for our government to really leverage the value, because it's clear that platforms really create a lot of value, I think there are 5 critical things that we should look at. The first thing I'd like to say is that we should invest more in creating comprehensive digital intelligence systems. So Madam Folake from ECOWAS Commission did mention that they've already started work on the digital observatory. But what I want to say is that it has to be comprehensive. It has to, we need to have data and not just competition analysis. We need to see how platforms analytics link to tax systems, link to identity, link to, we have information on advertising flows, because it's when we pull all of these together that countries would be able to understand the scale of the investments or the value that's been created on platforms, because you can only reform what you can measure, and you can only regulate what you fully understand. So if we don't adequately invest in comprehensive digital data intelligence systems, not only at the national level, but at the regional level, then we will not be able to fully leverage what's going on in the space. And I think the second thing, once we have that data, understanding it, using it to inform our policy decisions and investment decisions, then of course we should direct some of those investments into smarter approaches to value retention. And when we're talking about value retention, I know the first thing that comes to mind is taxation. Even in terms of taxation, we need to be really innovative and creative about taxation. I know there are a few countries that have already started applying VAT and GST to digital services, but those are like consumption taxes. The more you use, the more taxes you pay. I think the bigger space there is when we start looking into transfer pricing. And transfer pricing is not the easiest thing to structure, but then it's working. If we build these platforms, understanding where these platforms generate most of the revenue outside physical spaces, then you can tax those revenue in those spaces. And of course, one area that I'm always talking about is also online betting. If you look at all these adverts, DSTV, billboards around, you see there's so many online betting platforms that are there. And the gap between the revenue they generate and what is actually taxed is really, really huge. So I think that's one way we could look at that. And also, besides that also is how we also have incentives to encourage reinvestment in the local ecosystem. Because one of the things we look at is, yes, we're talking about young people in the creative economy, but how much are we creating or strengthening the ecosystem to help them become productive? Do we have government-backed innovation funds? How much investment are we putting into digital public infrastructure? How much are we doing about sandboxes? So are we actually helping even these entrepreneurs access capital? Are we helping them have access to shared cloud infrastructure? Because we know how expensive Amazon Web Services are. And even in terms of startups, do we have some provisions to encourage startups to get into the government or even large private sector procurement spaces? Because when governments and big companies use a lot of data services, but most of the time it's large established companies that do get this contract. So do we have quotas or entry of some kind of incentives to encourage government and private sector to help startups get into these doors? So it's a lot of things around intentionality in getting the data, investing in getting the revenue, but then directing that revenue into the ecosystem so that the ecosystem becomes stronger. But then it's not just about the private sector. Government itself needs to reform how government works. So government needs to invest in building the institutions that govern these emerging and even complex digital spaces. So we need to move beyond typical ICT departments. So when we're talking about platform governance, accountability, human capital, so definitely we need to build the human capital required to govern in an evolving space. So having data scientists, having lawyers, having innovators, having engineers, economists, of course, yeah, part of the teams. So it's going beyond the usual ICT things. Okay. And the final piece around this, of course, is the regional integration. I know over the course of the week, you've spoken a lot about it. So that is also cross-cutting and it cuts across. So if we have these 5 building blocks and we intentionally pursue all of that together, it will help government reap more value or retain more value on what the platforms contribute.
Thank you very much for this, Doc. I think what I actually get from what you said, and I love it, is to first invest in the data intelligence to understand the use of those data to define our policies. And when government collect the money, they should reinvest it in the ecosystem to let it grow. Thank you very much for this. I think I will move my next question to Dr. Tega. Are you set? Okay. So, you tell me, from the legal point of view, a digital platform in West Africa, the digital platforms in West Africa are influencing our communication, okay? Our commerce, our democratic participation. And many countries within the region continue to face legal and institutional gaps related to accountability, online harm. Doc just mentioned betting companies, user protection, and access to remedy. So from a legal and governance perspective, what concrete safeguards and accountability mechanisms should governments prioritize to protect users and consumers while preserving innovation, rights, and openness?
Thank you very much. About my favorite topic to talk about. So yes, thank you. But I was a bit jealous about her question because it was interesting. So can I just chip in?
Please feel free.
Because why will you ask her that kind of juicy question? Not leave me alone. So yeah, I was just going to say about the digital economy. I started to say something yesterday, and so that's why I was a bit invested in what you were saying. And it was a very beautiful submission you made, Doc. Thank you so much. So I was saying that for Africa, the African continent, at this point in time, the bulk of young people obviously run the digital economy, right? Contribute to the digital economy. It's thriving because young persons are active players in that space. And now they are not just expressing talent, they're actually creating wealth But if you notice, because your question in summary is that, yeah, we're making all of these waves, we have the numbers, right? When we talk about digital economy space, but it's not translating to national wealth or even regional wealth, right? That's the question in summary. That's how I understand it to be. My quick answer to that is it is not happening because apart from all the factors that Dr. mentioned, the wealth that flows from those the sources, the different platforms, exactly. The platforms are literally going into individual pockets. Okay, so I create a video, it goes viral, the funds that comes from there. First and foremost, sometimes it comes, because most of these platforms pay in foreign currencies, okay? So by the time you look, you do the addition and the subtraction, there's how they do their accountability or whatever it is, the mathematics, the calculations before they send, repatriate the funds to your account if you're in Nigeria, in Naira, or whatever it is. You've lost some of it already. And then the bulk of what you earn is just for you. So yes, we are making a lot of waves. It appears that we have a lot of the, trendy creators, right, across the continent or even across the world. But then it is not translating to national wealth or regional wealth because we do not have those structures in place. First and foremost, we do not own the platforms in the first place. Secondly, we do not have the basic infrastructure in place. Next is that I do not think that even for Nigeria, we are even able, I'm speaking for Nigeria, we are even able to trap or the government is able to tax the funds that come from those areas, right? So at the end of the day, you find that it's a lot of money flowing in. It could have been money, in the continent, circulating within the continent, helping to build the continent. But because we do not have basic necessary infrastructure, we do not have certain measures in place, we do not have accountability structures in place. She already made some, outlined it in economic terms, right? Because those are missing, and now the wealth is gone, or it's, it's just going to small pockets here and there. So I just wanted to chip that in. And the reason I would say that is because as a lecturer, I find that most young people do not want to do the regular jobs that we do, that we grew up with to know, right? So they're interested in being creators, TikTokers and all that. And then they look at us and say, oh, you earn this much, but they can just do a video and it goes viral and then they make a lot of money from it. But at the end of the day, they are just, making themselves wealthy and not, thinking about transformation, national transformation, or even regional economic prosperity. So I just wanted to chip that in. For your question about legal frameworks and institutional gaps, we've had almost a week talking about this already. We already know that the platforms are there. We do not own them. They are foreign owned. They're owned by hyperscalers, as it were. We are catching up. Okay, so I am not even sure that there are a number of African countries which have laws, regulating how activities happen online. I know recently because there's been a spate of children and young persons experiencing harm from online activities. Now certain governments have begun to put out policies or even put out outright laws banning social media usage for under 16 for a number of countries, right? But those are not necessarily enough. So what you find, why we have those gaps is first and foremost, the laws are fragmented, they are scattered, they are not harmonized. There is no specific law, for instance, that says this is a social media law, a social media bill, or a technology or online platform regulation law. We don't have that. We don't have that in Nigeria. I doubt if we even have it in any of the African countries, okay? What you'll find laws on cybersecurity, you'll find laws on maybe you mostly find code of conduct, yes, by rolled out by the Ministry of Communications or the Ministry of ICT, or departments like NITDA in Nigeria, for instance. So let me mention that now that I've just talked about code of conduct, so I'll use the Nigeria as an example, permits my bias as well. We have a code of conduct. No, I'm going to make a point. We have a code of conduct that outlines platform liability, right? Patterned after UK, and which is the format or the model that I would recommend. Now, what's that model? Is a takedown, procedure. So if there is a content online that is harmful to somebody, you could initiate the process, request that it should be taken down. If it is found that, yes, it is actually harmful, it's going to be taken down. Our code of conduct outlines that, surprisingly, it does not state any penalty for failure to comply with the said code of conduct. So it's just as good as, it's just an empty piece of paper.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Yeah, so you talk about institutional gaps, and that's and now you know now why I don't like policies. Mr. Emmanuel knows. I don't like policies, I don't like strategy documents, I don't like draft documents. I certainly will not like a code of conduct like that. As beautifully as it is drafted, it has no enforcement
mechanism.
Yes, it's not even mechanism. It doesn't have an enforcement provision. There is no provision that says if the platform fails to take down the said harmful conduct, it will be liable to pay this and this and that. It doesn't, it just outlines the steps and leaves it hanging. So you find that, first, I think that the major issue is that the countries do not yet appreciate this, but forums like this will give an understanding of how these things work, and they, work like what you do will make policymakers to know that, okay, we need to take this further, and put certain measures in place. So to wrap up, I think the scope is that a lot of work, a lot of work still needs to be done in terms of drafting of legislations around this area. And then I would not say for institutional that there are gaps. I do think, the need that representative was here just a while ago. I do think that for ministries of information, communication, and technology across Africa, especially West Africa, right? I think that they are very forward-looking, so they understand these issues. But like I said, because the laws are not there specifically, they are not
with provisions.
Yeah.
I think I will come back to you. I will come back to you later. Now we know the gaps, but we'll come back to the design. I know the design is something that you are very passionate about. The design of those policies, the design of those laws. We'll come back to it. So my next question will be in French. I think the translation is still on. I don't want to be biased. Donc, ma prochaine question va être pour Honorable. Dans un contexte aujourd'hui où les plateformes dont nous parlons influencent de plus en plus nos économies, les débats publics, l'information et les processus démocratiques dans nos pays africains, vous, en tant que parlementaire, qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Quel rôle stratégique les parlements africains devrait-il jouer pour renforcer la redevabilité de ces plateformes, protéger l'intérêt public et promouvoir une gouvernance numérique équilibrée et adaptée aux réalités de nos pays?
Merci. Je pense que c'est là une question cruciale qui est posée. Je voudrais apporter par rapport à cette question la perspective parlementaire ancrée ancrée dans les réalités ouest-africaines et singulièrement au Bénin sur cette question cruciale de la redevabilité, je pense, des plateformes numériques. Le rôle stratégique des parlementaires africains face à l'influence croissante des plateformes numériques sur nos économies, nos opinions publiques et nos processus démocratiques, les parlementaires africains doivent assumer un rôle triple et structurant. Et ils doivent légiférer avec lucidité et anticipation. Nous devrons élaborer des lois adaptées à nos contextes, ce qui implique encadrer le contenu des informations, discours haineux, sans porter atteinte à la liberté d'expression. Nous devrions, les parlementaires, réguler les pratiques économiques des plateformes, fiscalité, concurrence, protection des données, exiger la transparence des algorithmes ayant un impact public, protéger l'intérêt général. Le Parlement est le garant de l'équilibre entre innovation et justice. et justice sociale. À ce titre, il doit veiller à réduire les asymétries entre les plateformes globales et l'économie nationale. Nous devrons, les parlementaires, protéger, le Parlement doit protéger les travailleurs du numérique, livreurs, créateurs des contenus, etc. Assurer l'inclusion numérique, notamment des jeunes et des femmes. Il devrait exercer, exercer un contrôle démocratique. Les plateformes ne peuvent rester des espaces échappant à toute souveraineté. Le Parlement doit auditionner régulièrement des grandes plateformes, exiger des rapports de transparence sur les activités locales, évaluer l'impact de leur modèle économique sur nos pays. Le mécanisme de contrôle parlementaire a renforcé pour être efficace. Le contrôle parlementaire doit évoluer vers les outils plus techniques et spécialisés. La création d'une commission parlementaire dédiée au numérique dans les pays qui n'ont pas, avec des experts capables d'analyser les enjeux technologiques et démocratiques. Auditionner obligatoirement les plateformes numériques sur les sujets comme la modération des contenus, la fiscalité et la protection des données. Encadrer le droit d'accès à l'information algorithmique permettant aux régulateurs d'auditer les systèmes influençant l'information publique. La collaboration avec les autorités administratives indépendantes, les autorités de régulation du numérique et les autorités de protection des données à caractère personnel, protection des données, concurrence, télécommunications, évaluation publique numérique à travers des rapports parlementaires périodiques sur l'impact socio-économique des plateformes, la coopération régionale des législateurs africains. Aucun pays africain ne peut réguler seul. Nous l'avons déjà dit assez au cours de cette session. Aucun pays à lui seul ne peut encadrer, ne peut réussir à encadrer, à harmoniser, aucun pays africain ne peut réguler seul les plateformes globales. La réponse doit être collective et coordonnée, harmonisation des cadres juridiques au niveau régional pour éviter le dumping réglementaire, renforcement des réseaux parlementaires africains sur le numérique favorisant le partage d'expériences, de bonnes pratiques et d'expertise, adoption des positions communes face aux grandes plateformes pour renforcer le pouvoir de négociation des États africains, renforcement du développement d'infrastructures numériques régionales pour réduire la dépendance technologique, concilier innovation, protection des citoyens et souveraineté. Il ne s'agit pas d'adopter innovation et régulation, mais de construire une gouvernance intelligente et équilibrée, de promouvoir une innovation responsable, encourager les start-up locales, mettre en place des bacs à sable réglementaires, renforcer la protection des citoyens, loi robuste sur la protection des données personnelles, éducation numérique et à l'esprit critique, affirmer la souveraineté numérique fiscale adaptée aux activités numériques, hébergement local des données stratégiques, la capacité nationale de régulation. En conclusion, les parlementaires africains doivent passer d'un côté passif à un côté proactif et stratégique dans le gouvernement, dans la gouvernance numérique. Il ne s'agit pas simplement de réguler des entreprises, mais de façonner l'avenir numérique de nos sociétés en veillant à ce qu'il soit équitable, inclusif, souverain et au service du développement humain. La CEDEAO ne doit pas être un simple marché numérique, mais un acteur normatif et stratégique dans la gouvernance mondiale des plateformes. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. Je pense que ça a été, j'aurais aimé que ça soit la déclaration de Freetown pour que voilà, tous les acteurs, parce qu'au-delà du Parlement, vous avez touché beaucoup de points importants. Vous avez parlé de légiférer avec anticipation. Vous avez aussi parlé de contextualiser les lois relatives à nos réalités pour qu'ils nous reflètent. Vous avez aussi exigé la transparence des algorithmes. On va revenir là-dessus tout à l'heure. Et aussi réduire les asymétries entre les plateformes et nos économies. Vous avez parlé de construire une gouvernance intégrée, construire des bacs à sable réglementaires pour le secteur privé, notamment les startups, et aussi quitter du côté passif au côté actif. Et dans votre conclusion, j'ai vu la CEDEAO lever légèrement la tête, leur dire de vraiment jouer leur rôle de cadre ou bien d'acteur normatif pour l'harmonisation de nos politiques. Merci beaucoup, honorable. So my next question will go online. Do we have Mr. Benga online? Can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Thank
you. Good. So you're coming from a digital right and inclusion perspective. And as you hear the previous panelists, they said that today digital platforms are influencing everything from economic, justice, data power, etc. And in many cases, they are actually powerful than our government. Most of them are very, very powerful economically, more than our government put together. So in this context, how can African countries and regional institutions strengthen digital rights, inclusion, and public interest governance while ensuring that their citizens, especially the younger ones, and the vulnerable communities are not left without protection, representation, or meaningful avenue for accountability?
Thank you, Emmanuel. I think you've provided a lot of answers in your questions. When you say public interest, I think we should start from there. I think that digital governance is about public interest. Governance is about public interest. And if digital governance is about public interest, then it means that at least three things will be clear. The first is that if it is public interest, then it will be about the people and not about something else, which is why many times when there are proposed bills, when there is a proposed policy that does not center the people, then it has missed the first mark in terms of public interest. You know, there are many times when there are proposals of what needs to be done, and you ask yourself the question, what problem is this trying to solve? Because many times, if a proposal is not seeking to solve a problem for the people, then it may not be necessary. And I say this particularly because many of our governments are in the habit of copying what's popular. Right now, it's AI strategy. Everybody is designing an AI strategy. Everybody is going to have an AI center. Everybody is going to have an AI project. But the question is that what the people need, and what aspect of it do the people need? The best countries on the continent that are working on AI are the ones that are using AI to address the problems that their people have. For example, languages. If there is a country with more than 3 languages, and does not have a formal official language, then it makes sense that the investment in languages is going to help in education, is going to help so that there is no need for translation. So I think the first one is making sure that if it is public interest, then it should be about the public, not about political interest. That's one. The second is that we've paid a lot of lip service to these strategies that we develop. I don't know any country represented in that room today that is in West Africa that does not have a digital economic strategy. But the question is, have we benchmarked those strategies, the dates that are in them? I'll give very many examples. Paradigm Initiative does the annual Digital Rights and Inclusion report. And earlier, I was sharing the numbers for West African countries in terms of their scores. And of course, many of them are pretty low. And when you look at some of their broadband plans from many of those countries, there are targets that were set for 2025. A very simple example is a target of 70% set by Nigeria for broadband access by 2025. And as of December 2025, that access was less than 30%. Now, what many governments then do is that instead of admitting that we have failed and we need to work hard on it with different stakeholders, then they become engineers, like my training, and they begin to engineer numbers, and you begin to see things like mobile broadband. Now, I'm not asking governments not to measure mobile broadband, but when you set a target to get broadband access, not particularly through mobile and not particularly in the cities, when you set a target of 70%, if you don't meet that target, don't change the definition. It's like a football match and then the rules change in the middle of the game. That is not a fair match. And that's what's beginning to happen. You have many of our countries represented in the room today who, in the name of looking good and presenting good data, count SIM cards and not subscribers. So you will hear that we have a tele density of 97%, we have a tele density of 107, 107 phones to 100 people. Meanwhile, what you are counting is not subscribers, what you are counting is SIM cards. Unfortunately, we can't grow what we don't measure accurately. So this is the reason why in many cases we just pretend when it comes to the numbers. The third, which I think is very critical, is the role that we play. Not just as civil society, but as citizens, as various stakeholders. This is the IGF. This is the West Africa IGF. So it's not about government. It's not about the private sector. It's not about civil society. It's about all of the work that we bring to the table. There are many efforts that are ongoing to help bridge, the digital divide. Don't forget, the Global Digital Compact is very clear. We must bridge the digital divide by 2030. Now, 2030 may sound like it was far away when that conversation started, but now it's simply 4 years away. What are the projects from the private sector? Yes, the private sector needs to make money, but what are the projects that are helping them make money, but at the same time with this double bottom line that is also helping them, make impact in the communities where they work? For civil society, it is almost always easy to see that civil society works in the interest of either training or equipping, other young people, and also the same thing for government. I was looking at some of the numbers earlier today when it comes to education and innovation on the continent, and particularly in the West Africa region, plus some other areas in the Sahel. And there is a clear story that the data is telling us. We have people dropping off from, elementary school or primary school enrollment into secondary school, into tertiary institutions, and the ratio at which they are dropping is almost equivalent to the ratio of failure of digital and other businesses when it comes to innovation. There may not be a direct correlation. Correlation does not, causation doesn't always mean that that's what happened, but it is very clear that we have failed to invest in certain areas, particularly in capacity building. And if we don't invest in capacity building, we can't talk a lot about innovation. I'll pause here for now.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to get these recommendations, and from what I've actually take from your intervention, our laws and proposals must have a purpose. There must be public interest
and towards humans, making it a public interest loss. So I will move on to the private sector again, because you said some interesting things in your first interventions. And what I really want to understand, because you spoke about the data. What is the data telling us? In most governments in West Africa, I think Cote d'Ivoire, we have others in the process like Burkina Faso, Togo, Cameroon is already collecting, Brazzaville is collecting, Nigeria is collecting, either a VAT or whatever tax it is. But from your point of view as entrepreneurs, I said something right now, I was expecting to have Benga on it. Don't you think that our government today, where we are powerless? Because, as I said, those platforms are very, very powerful economically. The same platforms invest a lot into the entrepreneurship. When it comes to, I don't want to mention names because all the platforms are online listening to this, but we have groups, in our universities, we have groups in the private sector, and those groups are actually being sponsored usually, having hackathons and those kind of things to pick ideas. I don't know if you know the story of $1 billion code, the story behind Google Earth. Google Earth was invented in Germany, and they traveled the whole world sponsored, by the telecom industry to expose that to the world. And one morning they wake up, somebody took the code, and today we have a full billion application around that. So from your perspective as an entrepreneur today, can our government invest without looking at these figures to create something that really reflects? And I'll give one example. A year ago, a platform, which is a transport company, was banned from operating in Togo. It was banned because there was a homegrown company doing the same thing. The government banned it because they refused to comply by opening an office, operating, and paying taxes. That has worked because we have alternatives. As entrepreneurs today, do you think we have alternatives? Because sometimes I see our government as they have their hand tied. We are used to the service. If government decide to actually tighten, the rules, they will actually leave our countries. But as entrepreneur, and from what you can see from the ecosystem today, do you think there's a hope to do without them?
Well, I'd like to say something I usually say. For anything to change, there must be a realization that something is wrong. Because if there's no realization that something is wrong, you cannot take action about it. And when we're talking about the different things that affect how our government would be able to govern these digital platforms, I think we need to look at the areas that cause the imbalances, the asymmetries. And when you look at them collectively, then it's when you will be able to devise comprehensive strategies to address them. The first I'd say is that there's this visibility gap. The amount of information real time that these platforms know about us, government doesn't know it about us. I don't know if you've either had a conversation on the phone or you just Google search for a product. By the time you get to Facebook, it's adverts about that product that will be just on your timeline. Does the government know about you that much at that speed? No. So that's where the data comes in. How much data does government collect about us at real time? And not only just collect, analyze and use. Because of course they cannot be able to collect all those data points in real time. But for example, a lot of these governments have the identification numbers. How much planning of, how do they use those in forecasting to say, based on this number of people born and registered this year, if I track them through their growth cycle, in 18 years, I should have an estimated percentage of these entering my labor force. These percentage might pay taxes. How do they use that information? So because we're not intentionally collecting, analyzing, and using, our governments are at a disadvantage around visibility and using that information. The second gap or imbalance I'd like to say is bargaining capacity. Just imagine a small country like mine, Sierra Leone, trying to negotiate with $1 trillion platform with just 8 million people. How many of us are even connected to the internet? But then when you talk about ECOWAS, you talk about other regional economic blocks, that's when the conversation starts getting serious. So that's where we should start looking at how we leverage our collective power better. Because that's when these platforms, they're all about making money. They'll be like, oh yes, that's ECOWAS. That's over a market of over 380 million people. And they're talking about transparency in terms of taxation, transparency in terms of data. Then we start having serious leverage. The other piece, you alluded to it, all the infrastructure, most of it we don't own. Foreign payment systems, foreign platforms, even the distribution networks for these apps are foreign. So this is how we need to work intentionally to build ours, but make them interoperable with foreign, and also having the space where we all kind of sign up to similar regulations so that there's better competition, fair play. We do it in agriculture. We do it for coffee, cocoa. Why can't we do it in the digital space where a lot of our young people have been creative to earn revenue? The other piece is also the innovation asymmetry, because young people, they're really creative, but then how are we helping them to add value or even monetize? What are we really negotiating for? Are we really intentional? It's like we know the problems, yes, but let's lay it out again. It's not just one problem. It's this series of core blocks that we really need to intentionally address as a system and as a collective. Then we can start saying we'll start getting an edge or getting closer to getting an edge. Because reality is money changes things. Governments are resource constrained. There's so many priorities. So we can't say, oh, I'm going to compete by trillion against a platform. When that's trillion, I need to fund education, agriculture, and all those things. But if we're intentional in addressing, in realizing the gaps, and then intentionally building strategies and using our collective power to solve, then we'll start closing that better.
Thank you very much. I think the word I actually took from what you just said is collaboration, coming together as a region, as one single market, where we have to negotiate with these trillion-dollar companies. I think I will take the next question to Dr. Tega in 30 seconds, because you missed that bit when I was expecting it. When we speak about design, how can our government embed, using the word embed, those redress provisions into the laws that they are voting or into the laws that are coming? Because I know most governments are reviewing. When we talk about negotiation with these platforms, it starts with the legal framework, because they always ask the government to review a certain legal framework before they can be able to sign up into their V8 or any taxation. So how do you think our government can embed it? Because from what Doc just said, we look like powerless. From what I heard, powerless when we are alone, when we are single, when we are single as a country. So how do you think, even if it's not at the country level, at the regional level, how do we embed, those provisions?
Great. I think that because I took that from what Ma said, and I was waiting to just build on it. No, she talked about regional regulation for platforms, and Doc here just re-echoed it. And that's like, I think that's like the major takeaway, if not for anyone, for me here today, right? Because I've always thought about regulation from the national point of view. But now I see that we are dealing with hyperscalers, we're dealing with, platforms, that are operating across the continent. It then makes sense to want to regulate at that level. So regional regulation would make sense. Now, what should be the content of that kind of regulation? It is the provisions should be one that balances innovation with rights. All right. So do not just do an excessive kind of regulation like it is in the EU. The EU is a little bit strict when it comes to this kind of regulation. Germany is actually stricter, has stricter provisions, right? The US is very liberal when it comes to platform regulation with their Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, I think of 1996. That's a very old act, but that act allowed a lot of innovation to take place, right? So you see all the other platforms springing up from the US. But now the US has the Take It Down Act. That should be like 2025 or so. For Africa, what we should be doing is take a leaf from the EU provisions and take a bit of from the US and merge that. So that will be allow innovation to happen, and so that will be allow these platforms to still play. I am not against the platforms. I alluded to that yesterday. I outlined the fact that the platforms are still relevant. They help for social engagement, education, entertainment, and all the things, and wealth creation. Okay. So let the platforms be here, but let the laws be very explicit, and if it's possible, let these laws be harmonized across the several the countries, within Africa, such that when Meta or when TikTok or one of these big Google, whichever one of them is operating in Nigeria or in Algeria, it's about the same it's about the same rules and regulations. So they're able to at least harmonize their policies at that level and so implement it. So they know that when it comes to compliance, because you talked about compliance before, so compliance hurdles would automatically be reduced for the platforms because, please, we also need to consider that these platforms are here and are also doing us some form of good or doing good for the continent, okay? So it's more like a handshake hand kind of arrangement. So we need to look at the best form of laws that will protect rights while also promoting innovation. So I'll just wrap up in a second. Now, when it comes to AI, because now the platforms are moving into integrating AI, I don't want to miss that. The provisions or the regulations, the policies should be such that will include, let me just list this out. The provisions should include a provision for human review. It should include explainability provisions or measures, right? It should also include appeals. So even beyond the human review, right, there should also be another mechanism for appeals, okay? And then, most importantly, it should include provisions for producing or the platform should be able to make available their data to the public so we could, do more studies and find out what things are going wrong or what things are not going wrong. I'll give you just a story, just one, short, very short. In 2023 or so, my WhatsApp account was banned. I don't know what that means, but I mean, it was just banned. Now that's the number I've used all my life. I had projects running on that account, and I was like the only admin on. So I lost my account. I lost a number of things. I would have lost the property because I got kicked off the group where I got the property from. There was no way to make any appeal. It was automatic decision. So there was no appeal mechanism. There was nobody to write. I kept writing to them. The emails bounced back like automatic replies. That's happened to me on WhatsApp. So I was away for almost 3 or 4 months. A lot of things got lost in the way. I'm just trying to say, when these things are not done, this is how people suffer, right? So if we have all of these policies integrated and they're working across, it's harmonized across the region, then we can make some form of progress.
Thank you very much. I think we are getting to an end of our very interesting conversation because it's a very continuous conversation that we'll keep having. I will take 2 questions, just 2 questions. From the floor, and I think we can actually wrap up. If you can help us in the room with the mic.
Victoria, we need you. But Serge is still here, so we are cool. So Victoria and Serge are from Meta. Dr. Tega, you can reach out to them later.
They're my friends already.
So we can take the questions from the floor. Our panelists are still here. I have one gentleman over there. I think we'll take the 2 questions and start replying.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Inokila Jagotswe. Doctor, I don't know if I have the right. You make mention of individual having money from this platform and not reflecting on national or community developments. But the question is, you see, most of us, we don't have jobs. After university, we study different things in the university. After university, we don't find ourselves doing that thing. And so we take it upon ourselves just to be, industrious and, pay back even to our parents. So imagine an individual struggle to develop a platform.
Can we lead to the question?
Yes, that's the
Please.
question. I just want to put the foundation. Then after you say, okay, government should tax that individual to pay so that the money will go back to the government to develop the government. I don't know. Which the government in turn is not helping us, the young people. I don't know.
Okay, we take the same question, then you can actually provide the response. And our online panelist is still with us. So we take the next question. Good, then I allow you to reply. We'll come back to the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, so quickly. Sorry, it's a sad reality. It's not just those content creators that have to go through that. Those of us who work, I work directly for the government, right? My institution is a federal government. I get to pay my taxes every month. You earn. If you're a content creator, you probably earn more than I do. You should pay your taxes. Why shouldn't you pay your taxes? You should pay your taxes, okay? What the government does with your taxes is a different question entirely. So that's why, we are not in Nigeria. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm just saying that my point is pay your taxes as a law-abiding citizen, okay? But then again, when you do earn for your good, for you want to give to your parents, you want to help yourself and all that, but also think community. So you cannot just be making money and just be thinking about your product, just yourself, right? Just individual wealth creation, okay? You still need to pour back into the community. So for instance, you earn, you work probably, you have a flexible working schedule. Why don't you maybe run a small center where you're teaching young people about whatever it is, if it's about how to avoid gender-based violence or whatever. Just give back to the community. That's my point, right? But what I was driving at is that most young persons do not want to care about their nation anymore because they earn online. So they don't care at all. They don't want to give back to. So for instance, I tell my students, for instance, don't worry, I'm going to very soon, we'll quit this job. You will not have lecturers. I'll also go and start dancing on TikTok. If we all start being content creators, there will be nobody's going to make clothes, nobody's going to cook, there'll be nothing. Is that the kind of society we want?
No. Thank you very much, Doc. I think we will wrap up. So I will first take our online panelists. So Mr. Benga, in 30 seconds, we want you to leave us with 2 concrete recommendations to strengthening digital rights, inclusion, and citizen trust within platform governance in West Africa.
All right, thank you very much. Number 1 recommendation is to the government. It is an obligation. You're not doing citizens a favor when you respect their rights. It is an obligation. The second is to citizens and civil society. Governments must be afraid of the people when they don't do what they should do. I think that one of the challenges we have is that we do not like to follow through on demanding our rights. I think we need to take a few more cases to court. At Paradigm Initiative, we do this. We've seen results. We've seen governments who have reversed decisions. We've seen institutions that have solved problems because of something that started with a simple freedom of information request became a court case. and eventually the court declared judgment. But in cases where people say, well, courts are slow and things like that, please keep records, because eventually somebody will be able to use that to find a solution. So governments have an obligation and citizens must take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gbenga. I come back to the room here. I'll go to Honorable. Je vais prendre deux recommandations concrètes en 30 secondes que vous pouvez nous laisser pour cette discussion. On a eu vos premières recommandations. Comme je le disais, j'aurais aimé que ça soit la déclaration de Freetown. Et donc, on veut avoir deux recommandations concrètes qui nous permettront de renforcer la redevabilité de ces plateformes en Afrique de l'Ouest.
Je m'excuse beaucoup, j'ai eu du mal à ouvrir la recommandation de Freetown. C'est pourquoi je ne suis pas allée du tout là. Alors, si j'ai des recommandations à formuler, c'est que individuellement, nous n'allons pas pouvoir influencer les grandes plateformes et pour tirer profit les avantages, n'est-ce pas, de toute la potentialité et de de tout ce que nous pouvons avoir à gagner sur le plan fiscal, sur le plan économique et sur le plan même de la sécurité. Parce qu'il faudrait que les gouvernements, que tous les acteurs, principalement les gouvernements, travaillent ensemble avec les grandes plateformes numériques pour leur demander de contribuer, n'est-ce pas, à l'économie des pays, de nos pays, parce que nos pays sont visiblement, nous sommes en visibilité à travers tout ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, mais l'intérêt, les avantages ne restent pas dans nos pays, c'est exporté. Donc, pour qu'on puisse bénéficier de ces avantages, nous n'avons pas beaucoup de marge de manœuvre que de traiter, que de discuter avec les grandes plateformes pour qu'ils puissent contribuer, n'est-ce pas, au développement de nos pays. Ça, okay. C'est la première recommandation. Alors, la deuxième recommandation, et je reviens là-dessus pour dire qu'aucun pays ne sera assez fort seul pour influencer et pour pour nous amener à l'objectif du développement de nos citoyens. Et donc, je recommande que comment l'appelle-t-on, l'inclusion régionale, que les pays régionaux se mettent ensemble pour faire cette bataille-là. Et c'est trop agressif la bataille pour faire cette démarche-là.
Nous sommes en guerre. OK. Merci beaucoup, Honorable. So she was saying that the word battle was very strong, and I say, yes, we are at war. It's no more a battle now. Thank you very much, Honorable, for this. And I come to two doctors. Let me start with Dr. Ayakama. Give us two priorities that will allow us to ensure that our region, West Africa, captures, or West Africa entrepreneurs, not just the government, they capture that economic value from digital platforms.
Thank you. So, like I said, I'll basically just reiterating what I said. The first thing I think we should do is strengthen our data intelligence systems. So ECOWAS already has the Digital Observatory. It's for all countries to build data systems that will make sure that observatory has up-to-date data, and then build capacity to make sure that we're able to analyze the data and use it in our decision-making and investment decisions. And the second thing is also to build institutional capacity, not generic digital literacy. It's like having regulators that can understand platform economics, judges that can really understand digital evidence. It's about having cybersecurity teams capable of addressing cross-border issues. It's also making on having policymakers that are able to analyze and review AI-enabled platforms. Because I want to close by saying the whole thing around platforms and digital governance is beyond technology. It's more around whether we have institutions that can negotiate, that can shape how Africa participates and benefits in the global digital space. So I think the key thing for us here is how we can use every piece of our economies, education, tech, the legal space to make sure that we build our capacities as nations to be able to strategically position ourselves to benefit from the global digital economy.
Thank you so much. I go back to Dr. Pretty. In 2 words, what do you leave us? Which recommendation, if you have to summarize your recommendations into 2 words?
Okay. So one would be harmonized regional regulatory frameworks, 1, and then 2, enhanced enforcement mechanism.
Thank you very much. I think as we conclude this, I essentially want us to continue this conversation. You know, I will take. So, as I was saying, thank you so much. It's a very, very passionate and involving conversation. We'll continue the conversation. We started since Monday, by the way. Since Monday, we have been having the conversation, looking at case studies and, you know, seeing how best we can support our governments and our policies in our various West African countries. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Gbenga, for your time. You have been online all day. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Dr. Yakama, for your time. Thank you, Pretty, for your brilliant explanation that you gave us. Merci beaucoup, honorable. Ça a été un plaisir et nous pensons vraiment recueillir ces recommandations et en faire des actions concrètes pour les États membres. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, those who listen to us. And I hope you took note, especially those from the school that will return back to their countries and continue this conversation. Thank you to the platform who came to listen to us. Meta, thank you very much. Google sent her apologies because she was heading to the airport and our session delayed by 1 hour. So thank you everyone for joining. We'll take a picture with the panelists, and we have one last session. They are pressing me. We'll have it quickly, workshop session. We'll have it before we close the day. Thank you very much. The next panelist is in the room. You can come forward. We don't have an MC anymore. So it's a lightning conversation. It's a lightning conversation, so it will be light. You have the floor.
Okay, no problem. I know most of us are tired now and want to go home. But the session is a very important session and governing the digital space of West Africa. I'll be talking on strengthening ECOWAS integration in addressing AI-driven misinformation and cyberbullying. Firstly, the concept about misinformation and cyberbullying is not a new topic, and it has been around since 1970s, since the development of the internet. But the advent of AI has made the topic more worst, because now we have AI tools, softwares that usually makes videos for us, which are usually known as deepfake videos. So deepfake videos, as we all know, they can be a threat towards the peace and stability of a nation, and also to the potentially going into another nations, as we see in the case of the videos, the fake videos, some of the fake videos that have been circulated concerning Ibrahim Traore. And in Sierra Leone, we have that almost led to an issue here when our Minister of Information at that time, Mr. Chernoba, when he went to the media and publicly denounced that some of these videos were not true. And we saw what happens. And now deepfake videos, they are being used in a way that undermines democratic government. Yeah. And in the case of Nigeria, 2023 elections, we saw how deepfake videos were used to propagate the elections in Nigeria. So for this very concerned, we are here. But the problem about mitigating deepfake videos is that it falls under Article 19 of the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which talks about freedom of expression. It gives everyone the right and opinion to express themselves. So mitigating deepfake videos might also hamper into this right. So there are two theoretical bases on these videos. I'm just trying to summarize based on the time. So there are two theoretical ways to mitigate these videos. One is a theoretical debate between the statism and liberalism in the form of those who understand constitutionalism in human and constitutional law. So in the form of wherein the statism is quite similar to the concept on realism under international relations, wherein the state has the ultimate power to control the media. That is all that's happening in the media should be in the interest of the state. So if we implement that system in here, what will happen? It will be a state of anarchy, wherein a government might use it in its own interest. Also, the liberalist in a brief talks about wherein giving an individual right. So if we again say that we'll also try to propagate the concept of liberalism, what will happen will be in a state of chaos, like in the state of Sierra Leone, 2024 and 2023 routes. That was what happened. We saw circulating videos on that led to the August 10th incident, if you can recall, that almost led to a civil war. So if we said we'll look at these two theories, what will happen? It will be an anarchy in the case of liberalism, and also it will be a chaos in the state of an anarchy in the case of statism, and it will be a chaos in the state of liberalism. So based on the research, my topic is already under review, SSR journal review. So you can go and read details about it, because my time has already been eaten up, but I'm okay. So what I wrote under my paper, I argued for blending the two concepts, which is putting in liberalism and statism in as one, whilst promoting the interest of the state. Yes, whereas also promoting the interest of the citizens, which is quite similar to the principle of utilitarianism. But I'm not here to explain theories anyway. I'm here to explain on how to strengthen regional integrations, ECOWAS integrations in addressing misinformation and cyberbullying. So I'm not here again to define misinformation and cyberbullying because I know it has been a topic that you have been discussing about since, because misinformation and cyberbullying are very, they are all around. So they are one of the key challenges on internet governance or cybersecurity in the digital space. So I'm not here to elaborate much on that. So on the proposal on my paper, I created the recommendations, and perhaps I'll share the paper to West Africa Internet Governance Forum, the link under SSR journals. So those who are interested in academic, you can go and read it, and perhaps you can take the information you want from there. So I look at it, during my analysis, I noticed that because under strengthening information and cyberbullying, I divided it into two categories based on analysis. One, strengthening legal implementations, and two, strengthening the legal implementations and the legal framework, sorry, and the implementation strategy. So, but what I noticed about most West African countries is that we are doing what we refer to as the black dot theory by Edugoma. So, like I said, in most cases, we created laws, we see something, we create the laws, and it takes about years to implement. So by the time these laws are being implemented, we end up having laws that are implemented for yesterday. So having a new challenge. So, and 2025, 23rd of May 2025, I read the declaration, the parliamentary declaration on the West African Internet Governance Forum, in which they called the ECOWAS committee to create a unified legal framework to address AI issues. But what we are doing in African countries is that we are doing, like I said, we are hiding behind the door. We are using cybersecurity or data protection laws to address AI laws. And they are quite different anyways. Cybersecurity laws target data protection laws. That is good. But in data protection laws, it has become very complex, especially with the age of AI. Very complex. It talks about deployment, talks about creating of fake videos, all of this. So based on my research, I noticed that 5 countries are having a weak legal framework, and the balanced ones are having a very good legal framework. That is something like developing legal framework. And there was no comprehensive legal framework, although Ghana, the Republic of Ghana, and Nigeria have called for an AI law. So, like Guinea-Bissau, which was 1, Guinea, 2, Burkina Faso, 3, the Gambia, 4, and the balanced one, I think you can. I'll have to look at it. So this is it. And looking at the implementations, I'm trying to look at the weakness on the regional bodies and different countries in addressing AI misinformation and cyberbullying. So looking at the implementations towards addressing cyberbullying, the fact is that most West African countries already has implementation strategy, but how effective are these strategies? For instance, in Sierra Leone and Liberia, of which I'm very frequent in, they have the cybersecurity and unit crime, something like that in here. But they also have some of the tools or the machines. But what I noticed was that it is only situated in Freetown. So assuming someone in Kenema or someone in Kailahu or someone far in the province of Sierra Leone had an issue. So in most cases, in most cases, they might end up being a victim. And also we have, as I said, the entire work will be out. It's really under review. So, and also again, there is a lack of skills, especially personnel in addressing these issues. So now we are, the one fact I want us all to understand is that we are thinking that AI is not affecting West Africa. That's what we are thinking, most of us. Yeah, yes, I'm talking about the majority. The majority. So that's what we are thinking. That's what majority of the West African populations are thinking. Because I did a review that I watched at Statistician 2026, and it talks about the amount of people who own mobile phone. But how much of us knows about AIs and some of its content? We don't know. Because if you go into the interior right now, you can see some videos. They will show you some videos which if you are a computer person, you know that these videos is clearly AI. But in most cases, they believe these videos. So this is one of the issues I noticed. So that is it. So based on this, I propose 4 recommendations. 4 recommendations. The first recommendation was there should be a regional legal framework. Yeah, a regional legal framework. Just like how the West Africa Internet Governance Forum on the 23rd of May 2025 proposed. Or, because when you talk about strengthening ECOWAS, because as one of the speakers already, panelists and speakers stated, that ECOWAS, the laws there are not enforced except if a specific country decided to legislate it in their own laws. There is a specific name for it, theoretical name for it. Yes, yeah, domesticate. Yeah, there is a theory name for it, a theoretical name for it. So that is it. Or we create a national legal framework. A national legal framework. Let us forget about the backdoor aspect of AI. Let us target it. AI is an issue. It has affected, and I say again, it will continue to be an issue for the next 10 to 20 years to come. If we do not address it now, and we are hiding behind data protection laws to address AI, like I said, by the time we'll be thinking about AI, that time AI will be in another level. And that is what is affecting us. That is really what is affecting us. And for countries that are still having outdated or let me not just say outdated, but let me say that have still not updated their laws, something like that. Yes, like Guinea-Bissau, like Gambia, 1986, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea 2016, their laws on cybersecurity. So these are 2016 laws. You cannot implement it in 2024. These laws are quite different. And let us try to create a unified and comprehensive law that targets AI specifically, especially like how one of the speakers said here. They should also target corporations, because I've read some of the Cybersecurity Act in West Africa. What I noticed was that the laws were emphasized more on the citizens and regulations between citizens. That was what I noticed. Let us think about West Africa that will sue TikTok. Let us think about that. West Africa that will sue Facebook. Let us think about that. And every day, we're having millions of West Africans who are on Facebook, who are on TikTok. And recently, Nigeria sentenced Namadi Kanu, if I could remember, 2025, linking him to a WhatsApp group which was linked to the Biafra, something like that promotes ethnic violence in Nigeria. Liberia is also having the same. Sierra Leone, we are also having the same. We have different, in fact, TikTok and these social media has been a platform where everyone now is a blogger. Everyone, every student, everyone now can just post and talk about a topic which he or she does not even know about. Because you're talking about a topic, you're supposed to have a details about what you are talking about. So you see someone in perhaps high school having many followers online that will be talking about a delicate political issue. And what is deliberate about why I'm deliberate about this is that some of these issues are misleading. For instance, in Sierra Leone, we have the case of Zainab Sharif and also the case of the former APC and Secretariat. We have various people now interpreting it in their own way. People are interpreting it differently. This is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. So, 2024, like I said, the WhatsApp messages and videos for Adebayo led to many people, on the street, which led to the loss of lives and properties. So this is one aspect. Another recommendations, the article will be ready, and I'm thinking a way to see if there is any person from the West African Internet Governance Forum so that I can able to share my contact with him. Any things I can publish it to him and he can share it out. So let us take a look at that digital illiteracy. Yes, let us educate our citizens. Now, in fact, in Sierra Leone, it's fact. In Sierra Leone, most students do not have email, high school students, except when they are about to enter into university. Say, okay, let me make for you an email. It's a fact. Most of us who have been to school here. So let us start taking digital illiteracy from the bottom. I would say from preschool. Let us introduce our children to illiteracy, to computer. Let us introduce them to digital governance. The future is digital governance. We don't have nothing. The future is those who invested in computer. Let us start that. Let us, it should also be an adult education, because there are many older folks who do not know, again, most about computers. Some of them are even a graduate. Again, my fourth recommendation is effective implementations. So now we have many, I'm trying to summarize, so because I know that most of you are tired now. So let there be an effective implementations. Effective implementations like how? How there should be an effective implementations. In Sierra Leone, we have Yoki Foundations, we have this, we have that. And it's also in Liberia, also in Ivory Coast, also in Guinea. There are all of us who have these startup foundations. But the most part of it is that these foundations are more effective, especially in Sierra Leone, because I lived here and I lived here. So especially in Sierra Leone, these foundations are more effective in the capital city, Freetown. So now we have labs at FSSG, we have labs at various high schools, but we are in the provinces, they are still developing, they are still growing up. And I would say, although some of the victims of digital or cybersecurity and crimes are from the capital city, but let us do not forget the general mass who lives at the province, also to other West African countries. So I think I should stop here for the time being. You like to? Okay, no problem. No problem.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I appreciate your presentation. It was nicely done and research. I was thinking of why can't we do the Beijing model? In Beijing, before ever you have these TikTokers or these guys who are head of any of these social media, before ever you deliberate on a particular topic or you be champion the particular topic, you should have been someone who knows much about it, whether academically or you have been a professional in that field. Say, for example, if you are a TikToker promoting things happening in Sierra Leone, you should be someone, say, if you want to say something about politics, you should be someone who has read about political science, know the politics about Sierra Leone, be professional in politics. Then let me say, okay, you want to say something about the environment. Let it be like you know about the environment much, you've been an activist in those particular field. I think that is the model they are using in China. And if we can copy those things, I think that will be able to shape misinformation and will be able to guide us to get better laws for AI. So this is my own submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to talk about the children. You said that the children are not, they have not access to computer and to internet. Anyway, they are not, they should, at the beginning, from the beginning, childhood, let them go to the internet. For this, because you say also that most of them, most of our children in Africa don't know what it is about because they don't go to that field. It is a matter of education. We'll gain with your proposition that consists in let them go to that area very early. But there is a challenge. And I would like to know how do you deal with this challenge? Because you can't go to internet or WhatsApp without telephone or computer. Is our people, are we right now ready to provide every child, every school boy with a computer and at least a telephone, Android telephone? How do we deal about this? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for the questions, and this was a nice question. Okay, let me start with the first. Let me start with you first because you're the first person that asked the question. Okay, firstly, like I said, the aspect about misinformation and cyberbullying is a challenge. But if we say that we are going to deal with it with how it is, it will be a violation under Article 19 of the UDHR, which talks about freedom of expression. So that was why I stated that, because I give you two theories. One is the status. The Chinese, they are communist, and they are mainly doing what we refer to as statism. So they are practicing the full protection and the interest of the state. We cannot implement it in a democratic country, and because it can lead to anarchy. So what if a government decides, okay, let us limit, all informations, misinformations, and categorize it in a way that a government can use it to achieve its self-interest. So it can lead to anarchy. And also, in my paper, I also talks about liberalism. So I'm trying to answer your question, sir. I also talks about liberalism, which talks about the freedom. So if we say it again, we are giving everyone the freedom to write, to do whatsoever they want to do. What will happen? There will be chaos. Everyone can say, okay, let us do what we want to do. So there are supposed to be a balance between the two. Understand? There are supposed to be a balance between the two. When we'll give you your right, we'll have limitations. I think most constitutions have it under Section 25 of the 1991 Constitution, freedom of expression. So it's there. So it's not about giving everyone to do a specific topic. The citizens should be given their right to voice their opinion, but they should do it in a way that does not go in the interest of the state, or that does not create chaos. That is how the government can able to do this. One, we are already doing it in Sierra Leone here. I don't know about other countries, but we also have TikTok organizations is here. But what's bad about, it's not about the TikTok regulations, but it's not effective. The fact is, it is not effective. We have many TikTokers, in fact, everyone is a TikToker, everyone is a blogger right now. They are not part of the organizations. So it's there. So it's not about, if we say we implement the Chinese issue here, it will be bad for us. Yeah, for us, the citizens, because government might use it to do their own. Yes, Ma. Your question, what I said here was that we should introduce children computer. So computer is quite different from introducing them directly to the internet. Yeah, computer is quite different than to introduce them directly to the internet. Let us not hide behind our fingers. The digital wall is there. It's there. The wall is moving. There will be a time when there will be no book. There will be a time. And it's already getting closer. So let us introduce them to the computer. Let us introduce them like what some of the startup AI companies are currently doing in Sierra Leone, Yoki and some others. So they are doing challenge. These are things that we want to see. Robotic challenge, innovation challenge. This is what I mean. I do not mean by introducing them directly to the computer, to the internet. And also, since West Africa do not have regulation, in most cases, we do not have a way to regulate these social media apps, including TikTok. I think the regional body should take it into consideration. Australia have done that. Australia, they have done that. In America, there was a time they even wanted to ban TikTok. Let us have them, if they want to operate in West Africa, let us have them within West Africa. They are in America and they have their own here. So let us have them within here. So that was what I meant by introducing to the younger generations computer, not introducing them directly to the internet. Yes, they can use the internet, but in a restrictive way. Thank you, Ma. Yes. Let me answer that again. I think that is the issue in Africa. Not only West Africa, that is the issue in Africa, lack of funds. So we are all lack of funds. But let us not be hypocrites. It is high time. Like I said, the back door theory. Okay.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for your presentation. You've mentioned several times about platform accountability, that you want to see West Africa suing TikTok. And you also mentioned that you want us to have TikTok here for them to operate here. Thank you very much for that thought. I'm just curious about that model. Assuming you sue TikTok, you subject them to come to the courts in Freetown. Say, based on the laws you're projecting, the laws you want us to have for their accountability, but they refuse to come to Freetown. What next would you do? You can agree with me that some years down the line, or some years ago, Nigeria tried to, ban Twitter, and it became very unpopular. So are you suggesting such a model for us, or do you have anything in mind that we can hold platforms accountability in this our little corner in the world? Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much for that question. Okay, after the okay, well, thank you very much for that question. I should have elaborated in details for the time. So, firstly, what I'm posing is not yes to sue TikTok, but how can we sue them when they are not here? We should have at least their branch. There is a TikTok branch in India. They are there. America has it. You can search. You can use Google and search. So at least we should have a branch from TikTok, from Meta in West Africa. So if you have anything to do with them, you sue them. Huh? It is. Okay, let me say, yes, these are multinational corporations. They have the money, it's a fact. They are multinational corporations, they are very rich, that's a fact. But we can bring them here. Thank you. Firstly, this could only be done by the regional body or the sub-regional body, ECOWAS. And we have ECOWAS, together we can do it. Let us at least have them in one of these, at least in Nigeria. They are there? Do they have branch in Nigeria? Okay, but they should have a branch in Nigeria. I mean, tangible branch, a branch. What I mean, a branch. So if you have to deal with them, assume a branch. Something like that. Or there are many ways to bring them to their toes, like what America wanted to do. You know, just okay, well, you don't have TikTok again. They have the money. But how many TikTok users we have in ECOWAS? It's about the economy, sure. But at least we should find a way at least. That should be elaborated in the ECOWAS court. We should find in the ECOWAS parliament. We should find a way. That should be our next target. We should find a way for them to at least have a branch in West Africa. TikTok is causing a lot of problems. It's a fact. Causing a lot of problems, including those in the Sahels. Mali and Burkina Faso, Niger. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. That was very forward-looking. I'm quite curious, or I find it very dizzying when all emphasis is placed on platform. Yes, we are all very cognizant of the fact that platform, we need to demand accountability. But as my colleague rightly said, we do not have that kind of pool, that kind of clout we need to be realistic. But what emphasis are we placing on digital literacy? It should be ground up. And we seems to be tackling it from the top. A cart before the horse situation. Like we need to build from the down. You did mention about bloggers everywhere. Are there capacity building program for bloggers? The creator economy is generating millions of people. We can also miss out. So my sense is that we need to also build from the ground up while being cognizant of platform accountability. We can demand accountability from these platforms too, but we need to also be very pragmatic.
Yes, but I already stated that one here, that there should be a digital, illiterate programs teaching the mass, the general mass, about digital governance. I already mentioned it here. So I mentioned it.
Just to emphasize, when we're talking about platforms, we are not just talking about, the GAFAM, Google, Facebook, Amazon, and today we can add NVIDIA. Not those people just we're talking about. We are talking about non-resident platforms, meaning Netflix, Bookings, Expedia, Trips, like all of them, Uber, Yango, like all the non-residents. I prefer using the word non-resident because and I like what Dr. Jones said right now, do we have a mapping in our countries today about even which platform do Sierra Leoneans use? Recently, I was in a conversation about taxation on the other side of the chair. At the side of the business. The question that they ask the government is, okay, you want to tax, do you have the list? They don't. They don't, because you don't have the data. So it's very, very important for us not to jump the gun, because locally we must create alternatives. I give the example of Togo. I will keep giving it. They were able to tell Yango, leave the country because they have GOZEM. And that GOZEM is a homegrown business. They pay taxes, they are in the country. When they tell Uber and Co, don't come, it's because they have a solution for it.
It's good to say we'll force them to open an office. I have been with Google for 1 year. I can tell you with assurance that it has been always America and the rest of the world. That's why you see Facebook, they have a mayor office. LinkedIn, a mayor office. All of them have a mayor office, meaning Europe, Middle East, Africa, and the rest of the world. When you go and read their terms and conditions, because we are subscribing, nobody forced us. When we are subscribing to their term of condition, they said, if you are not in the EU, usually that's how it is. If you are in France and you want to subscribe to Facebook, they will tell you, if you are not in EU, if you are not in America, if you are not in Switzerland, this is applied to you. And when you read it, you notice that our government, they have somehow their hand tied. You said that ECOWAS can force them. ECOWAS cannot force them. Because if you take Google, imagine we ban it from the West African countries. What other alternatives do we have? Recently, we were talking about platform democracy, about content moderation. And I listened to a conversation yesterday about Meta. Meta asked the question to know, when we are in America, when we are in Europe, people speak usually 1, 2, 3 languages. The algorithm understands those languages, and we use them to moderate the content. When somebody publishes something, you can tell the person easily that, look, this thing that was published, the algorithm identifies as a hate speech. But in Africa, we have 2,300 languages. And you notice that when an election is coming, people don't insult each other or hate speech in English or French or Portuguese. They insult in local language and even slang that no algorithm can understand. So the question Meta says is, we are willing to moderate. Help us, give us the solution, and we will provide it. And they are also doing whatever they are doing, but as researchers, and I love that you're an academic, as researchers, we should be forward-looking, but also bringing innovative. Few years ago, somebody suggested they should use the Bible. They should use the Bible when it comes to content moderation in Africa, because the Bible is translated in almost majority of languages in our countries. They should use the Bible to start moderation. I was happy yesterday when I heard Meta saying that now we are using Bible to train our AI models to moderate online. I'm not here to do publicity for them. I think I'm their number one, person they will not like in the room. But what I'm saying is, as academics, this is lightning talk. We should be able to provide solutions as well. We should be able to test those solutions locally to say that, oh, in Sierra Leone, we are able to use algorithm to moderate content in local languages. So just say that forcing them to come, they will not.
Okay, so firstly, the first thing, my session was scheduled for 4 to 5. That was what I but due to the time. But if I should have given enough of time, 1 hour is quite enough to elaborate on details. But it is in the paper, beside paper. So what I will, to answer your question, what I suggested in the research paper is that digital illiteracy does not only mean if you only teach them again. Yes, it's about empowering young people, giving them the capacity to build their own. So we have a startup here on AI. There's a startup on AI that can speak in Creole. We have it here. I don't know how many countries in West Africa have it. So why can't we, West Africans, to be specific? No, the thing we are facing is not it's lack of youth empowerment, human capital development. That is what we are facing. That is 100% what we are facing. Now all of us relied on the West. We relied on the West. Why can't government, invest in startups? We have started it. The president, His Excellency, give people some certain sum of amounts to improve their organizations, their technology organizations. I think government should start to focus more on computer, digital literacy, digital governance. That should be our focus. The future is not for us. The future is for those who know the computer.
Thank you very much. It takes some courage. It takes some courage, and we always allow lightning talks during YGF, allowing us to actually brainstorm together about topics. Thank you very much for joining us. So for tomorrow, I came back just to actually give the program for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be starting 9 a.m. But Internet Society will be having early morning lightning talk. So for those who are early birds, you can come and join that conversation. It will happen in the room 1 downstairs in the morning at 8 a.m. But the other sessions will start from 9. We'll have 2 high-level panels tomorrow, and the closing ceremony in the afternoon with the communique from the parliamentarian track and the main conversations that we have been having since Monday. Thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you tomorrow.